Ooh, what's up, Internet? My name's Nerdy.
And I'm Claro.
And this is the Nerdy,
the Wordy,
the book club. We are doing the second part of the Oathbringer full book recap that we sort of got interrupted on Internet. But hopefully I've uninstalled and reinstalled everything and it won't break this week. And we're also going to do the Radiant quiz for the Stormlight archive, and we're going to cast a potential Oathbringer movie.
Well, kind of like Stormlight.
Sure.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing? We don't have chat up, so I actually don't know.
Yeah.
Oops, that's
can't see
my
chat.
bad.
This isn't a live stream if we can't see chat.
Clarus, how you feeling?
I'm good. Happy New Year, y'all. You made it.
Well, it's not Happy New Year yet.
It is
still
New Year's Eve.
2024.
Yeah, it is New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Usually people say Happy New Year on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I know. I just find that weird.
Why?
Because it's not New Year yet.
But you basically made it. If you don't wish someone a Happy New Year on New Year's Eve, it's basically saying, you might die before tomorrow.
I mean, you might, though.
Yeah, but you
I plan on going hard
say
tonight.
That.
You know what I mean? I'm really going to go for it.
I feel like acknowledging that is probably not very fun.
I mean, yeah, everyone in chat is going Happy New Year. Yeah. I am just being facetious. Happy New Year.
New Year, motherfucker.
Wow. Okay, calm down.
Demonetized. Happy penultimate day. Joshua gets it.
Happy penultimate day.
Nerdy's gonna start saying
so
that
technically
now.
It's the ultimate day. That's what we should call New Year's Eve. Is ultimate day. And then the 30th should be penultimate day. We should have celebrated penultimate day. That's so funny. Why didn't we do that? I want to start celebrating my birthday on the day before my birthday, so it's my penultimate day.
Sure. Yeah.
Guys, we need to get this started. The day before your birthday is your penultimate day.
I love that. We love multiple day celebrations, you know?
I mean, yeah. I mean, God, some bitches have, birthday month now.
It couldn't be me.
Yeah.
That seems exhausting.
I don't want to be celebrated.
Skip Cat says, congrats on closing your show with
Thank
sold
you
out
so much. Yeah.
shows. The last, 6 of them, right?
I mean, complicated.
Yeah.
Our last 8 shows were all sold out, and most of our other shows were as well.
Yeah.
The show sold very well. It was very loved by the audiences that saw it, which was incredibly, incredibly generous of them and kind.
Oh.
What? Does the camera look weird? Can we just really quickly... Boop. I think that fixed it.
All right. I don't know. It didn't look weird to me.
Yeah, no, I think, when you do a kids show, like theater for young audiences, and you have a lot of adult audiences on the weekends, well, our audiences were really different between the weekdays and the weekends, because during the weekdays we were busing in schools.
Yeah.
And so they had a very visceral reaction to the show in a way that you hope translates to adults, but doesn't always, because the goal of our show was to, was really for kids. We wanted that audience to be the most satisfied by the show.
Yeah, for sure.
And so for so many adults to give feedback and to come up after the show and point out that the show also worked for them and that it was a really wonderful experience all around was just very special. And I was talking with our director who was, we hadn't seen him in a month and a half because the director doesn't stick around the whole time. And just talking with him about how I think he really nailed it, and the tone that he set in rehearsals and what he brought to the show was great. And I'm really proud of it. I think we had a really strong end to the run, and I'm so happy it's over. Because I'm very tired.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It was a lot. It was a lot doing that and keeping up with everything else, and then adding the move on top of everything. But we made it. We're here. It is nearly, well, for some of you it is already, but it is almost 2025 for us.
Oh yeah, it would be just after midnight in Japan right now.
Are they 13 hours?
I'm pretty sure it's a 13-hour difference.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
You were like, it's not New Year yet.
When I was performing in Japan, we performed the Disneyland, the Sylvester concert, they call it. Or that's what ours was called, which was the New Year concert. We performed at midnight. We did the ball drop on Japanese television, which was very cool.
Yeah.
We went back to our hotel, got our things, drove to the airport, waited, got through security, got on the plane, started to fly towards North America, right?
Oh.
We crossed back into the previous day because we were flying the previous year. We were flying forward faster than the time zones were moving.
Yeah.
And so we
That's weird.
We flew through the night, and so when people woke up as we were landing in New York, the pilot was like, and we are now passing back into 2018.
Yeah.
Congratulations, everybody. It was so wild.
That is a weird experience.
Yeah, we like literally flew back into the previous year.
You traveled back in time.
Briefly. It was very fun.
Yeah.
All right. This podcast is not brought by anybody today. We will have sponsors again on Friday when we start Alloy of Law. Don't forget we are reading through chapter 9. Prologue through chapter 9 on Friday, y'all. And then on Sunday, we are starting book club on Kushiel's Dart.
Hell yeah.
This is a triple book club week. I hope that you are all happy.
Crazy.
I am tired.
Merry Christmas.
Y'all
are getting spoiled.
Book club on Friday. We'll have sponsors for those. This will be the final book club where we have the Tiltify link for Heroes of Borders. I'm going to close that just so that Tiltify stays in 2024.
Yeah.
Before midnight tonight. So if you want to make any final donations to our Heroes of Borders, Doctors of Borders charity event, that is still available to you, and that is the sponsor today. Go donate to charity. 2025 is going to be a year with a lot of shit going on. And so I'm very grateful to the work that the people over at Doctors of Borders do. And are going to continue to do as we head into the mysterious unknown of the future.
I love that.
Clarus, where do you want to start today? I think we should finish it last week.
Yeah. I think starting off with the questions is a good spot.
And then we'll do the Radiant quiz, and then we'll do our casting.
For Friday book club, pardon me, we're gonna have something very special to show you guys. Okay.
We are?
Yeah, we have a logo for the
that's
for
ready.
the show. We have a logo for the show, so that will be revealed on Friday.
Yeah, so we've been branding the show really poorly for 3 years, and so now we've decided to actually take it seriously.
It only took us that long. Yeah, I do love that for us.
People are asking if I'm going to grow my hair back. I have a photo shoot or two that I need to do, and then I will grow my hair back.
Yeah. Our agent wants headshots.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of TV auditions off of a bad photo of this look. And so I'm going to be taking some nice photos of this look. Then I'm going to be shaving it all off and then growing from scratch.
We're starting over.
So having said that, I'm very excited. We have finished Oathbringer. And so we can finally reveal the Oathbringer mini set from the Stormlight archive. We've been doing this at the end of each book. Rhythm of War is the next one. I think it's the last one because I don't think they have Win and Truth ones yet. So this is fun. Arzu gifted 20 memberships.
Arzu!
Ending the year with some green chat. Y'all, the Chapter 2 Alloy of Law reaction will be up today. We've already filmed it. I just need to edit it. So all of you, later today, you're going to get to watch us react to the Lopin in Alloy of Law.
Oh my god. Wow. Arzu, thank you so much. Holy shit.
Wow, that is so kind.
So many nerds radiant. We're gonna need them, honestly.
Sound Guy 0 Decibel says no Zeth cosplay before growing your hair back. That's an interesting comment. Let's look at these minis, though. Minis. They're pretty rad. We get Leshwi.
Yeah.
Very fun. Renarin. Lift. Dalinar mid, ripping the two states back together. The Yasna mini, but it's Yasna from the cover, which I think is very funny, where her sword is upside down.
Yeah.
Then we get Zeth with Nightblood, which I'm stoked about.
Yeah, that looks sick.
And Relaine.
Yeah.
How fun is that?
Who was not in this book at all.
Yeah.
But,
I think that they were we need to give them more Pershendi minis.
Yeah. So we've got Leshwi and we've got Relaine, but I do find it very funny.
Yeah. No, me as well.
I'm surprised it's not Odium or some shit, but there you go.
Yeah, so we will be using these in our Stormlight show.
whenever that game officially releases.
Which I have an idea for the title of, but it would spoil the plot of my show. So,
well, don't do that.
I'm gonna change the title. I like the title, but it's too much of a spoiler.
Okay.
Like I haven't even told Clarus it yet, because I'm like, oh, it would spoil my whole idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. I'm currently working on what our Stormlight show is gonna be when that drops. So, Brotherwise Games, send it to us, please. I've already paid so much money. I've given you so much.
I just want the game.
And the 165 minis that I'm getting with it as well.
Oh my god, I know. That's gonna be wild.
A lot of painting.
Guys, you're gonna have to commission so many reactions so that we can paint all of the minis that are coming with the Kickstarter.
No, I have a question for chat. What question did we end off with? Does anyone remember? It was Belasriel.
That's what I thought. Right there.
What?
There's one. We did, we did that.
We did this fuck, marry, kill.
Oh, we got the cape shift. Yeah, we did that.
We did that one. I think we did all of Chloe's.
Yeah, we did that.
I should have looked this up beforehand. We're so bad at our jobs. This is why we need a logo, so that we start taking this more seriously.
I know. Yeah, no, we got these. Keep scrolling.
Jonathan O'Neill says you'll have to open them up for more each week again. There are no limits. My show is over. There are no limits anymore, y'all.
The limit does not exist, as our Lord and Savior Lindsay Lohan proclaimed.
We have a huge trip to Japan in April. We need to pay for it somehow.
You know what? That is true. That is absolutely true. Johnny Coleman, thank you for that super chat. You know what? That is what I said. Yes, I'm not going to take that back, but that is correct.
Christian Rapper said, how did he not have any Cal minis? The first one came with a Cal mini, and the second one came with a Cal mini.
Yeah.
So the first one is like Cal in the Parshendi armor, and then in the Words of Radiance set, there's Cal in the blue suit, but there's no Cal in the third, because I don't think there would be another Cal mini until he gets his shard plate, but he didn't say the fucking words because he's a coward.
Yeah. We definitely got the Will Shallan be pregnant in the next book, because I was like, would Vale also be pregnant? Like, how would that work? Yeah. I do remember talking about that. We got the self-redemption stuff.
Can we get one shot in the dark prediction for Mistborn Era 2? Did we say that one? Maybe it was in this 3 section, because I don't think we got the gods question here.
Right.
Okay, I think that we're somewhere in... Wait, what is this?
We talked about self-improvement and redemption as themes. So I think we got to number 2 and we...
I think we were in If I Could Rewind's questions.
Yeah, I think we were in the 3rd question. Can we get a shot in the dark prediction for Mistborn Era 2?
Okay, that's what we're starting with. Can we get a shot in the dark prediction for Mistborn Era 2, considering how Sanderson's writing has evolved since writing Era 1? I think that's what we'll start with.
Many shots have been fired in the dark so far.
Well, they've got guns.
I wanna say that.
We've read 3 chapters, so we can't predict the era, because we know that it's sort of like Western. It's almost like not Great Gatsby-ish, but like Rockefeller building New York City kind of era. You know what I mean? Okay. It's tough because we've already started it. I am predicting, only because you said this, so it's really your prediction, but I'm stealing it.
Go for it.
I'm predicting that these 4 books won't have world-ending stakes, but that they're gonna be a little bit different.
Yeah. Like I would love to see a Sanderson story where it's kind of on a smaller scale.
Yeah.
And because these books are smaller, it just makes me think that that's the case, because there doesn't have to be a bunch of set up and build up. So I think it's going to be more of a mystery noir or political story than it is going to be like the gods fighting one another and everything coming to an end.
Well, especially because Harmony is the god here. You know what I mean? Like, the god of this planet is Harmony, which is hard to fight because he's a good guy.
It's also Sazed. We don't want to fight Sazed.
Well, and if they made Sazed a villain in this series, I would be disappointed. I think it'd be a weird turnaround to just suddenly have Sazed be the bad guy.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think that it's just going to be a little bit more of a humanist, smaller scale story.
Yeah, kind of. Okay, Emperor's Soul. You're right.
Yeah, but that's a novella. That one...
Yeah. It's not a series.
Like Lift also, Edge Dancer also doesn't have world-ending stakes in it, but it's also 100 pages. You know what I mean? This is 4 books. I'm saying that in the next 4 books of this series, we're not going to hit.
Yeah.
You know, if there were 4 Emperor Soul books, I would agree with you. I would also think that would be similar, but...
Yeah.
So Jimmer says, but do you think Sazed is really just Sazed? I don't know, man. We'll find that out later.
I guess that would be a shot in the dark prediction. I'm going to say yes. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes. Scafandi asks, so you know the names of 6 gods. Any ideas on other gods and aspects to be introduced?
Do we only know 6? Really?
There was ruin, preservation, cultivation, odium, honor, and I mean,
harmony.
Now we know harmony, but I don't know if we knew that before we started.
Oh, I guess we don't know the names of any of the gods in Warbreaker or Elantris. Like, we never learned the shard names in those books.
Yeah.
Because Elantris isn't a shard.
No.
I don't know. It's one of those weird things where, like, it seems like it's never simple emotions, like joy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not fucking Inside Out, where it's like, we're gonna go to a planet and joy is gonna fight anxiety.
No, it's very...
Their names are in the essay of Cell. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember the essay very well. I would have to reread it.
I should definitely reread the essay.
Way of Kings gave you the names of the vessels of the shards from Elantris. You think I paid attention to the interludes in Way of Kings?
Wait, it was in the interludes?
I don't know, man.
What does Steve mean?
Unless I'm mistaken, I am mistaken. Yeah, Steve from Minecraft is a shard in the Cosmere. Yeah, I don't know. I think that, like...
Oh, in the epigraphs.
There's some that I think would be fun, but that I think are too obvious, like Bane.
Bane?
Yeah, like Bane is... Oh, it's a common name for villains because of the, like, connotation of the word.
Okay. That is fair. I think that conceit could be a shard. It's like a juicy sounding word. It's also like a complex idea. Oh man, welcome to the Nerds Radiant. Thank you for that.
Umang.
Yeah.
Arzu says the ones from Cell were Dominion and Devotion.
Oh, yeah, no, that is ringing a bell.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. No, you're right. So that in that
Devotion's
case we knew 7.
Interesting, right? Because devotion isn't really anything.
Devotion.
Like, you can be devoted to literally anything.
Yeah, but you can feel extreme hatred towards literally anything.
Yeah, but hatred in itself is negative.
Okay.
Like, devotion is just sort of... I guess preservation's kind of the same, though. Preservation's just consistency.
I don't know. I think Dominion and Devotion as opposites are very interesting. Because, like, one is... because the tipping point is free will, right?
No. I mean, Dominion and Devotion are sort of the same thing. They're just the two sides of it. Because in order for you to have devotion, something has to have dominion over you. Like, you can't have devotion without dominion.
Consent is the line.
But the line isn't consent, right? Because
Yeah,
you can consent on both sides of that.
No, if you are dominated, it is against your will. And if you are devoted, it is because you choose to be. You can't be fake devoted. You can pretend
be dominated
to be devoted
with consent, though. That's what all BDSM is built on. The idea that domination lacks consent is, I think, a very flawed view.
I think in a sexual sense, that's different because the person in charge is the submissive. But in the word domination
does not imply a lack of consent. You can dominate with the will of the people, right? Like,
what does that mean? Dominate with the will of the people.
Like that the people allow you to dominate them.
Yes, but it's still the allowance of it, meaning the person who is allowing it.
Yeah, which is devotion.
Is devotion. I don't think
devotion to a god allows their dominion to be over you. Like, the dominion of God in the Catholic sense comes from the devotion of the people. Domination does not necessarily mean a lack of consent. You can consent to be dominated through devotion. Which is why those things are kind of interesting.
I don't know why devotion would have to do with that.
What do you mean? The devotion to God is what allows them to live in the dominion of heaven, right?
Oh, so it's a dominion like a place, not domination.
A dominion is just a place that you dominate over.
Okay, I don't get it.
Like, if you dominate a location, that is your dominion. Right?
Okay, so then it's nothing of what I said makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a place and a feeling.
No. A dominion is a place you dominate over.
Yeah.
But a dominion isn't a feeling.
What? No, devotion is a feeling.
Devotion isn't really a feeling. It's more of an act. It's more of a series of acts
that are influenced by emotion.
I don't know that I would say it's emotion. It's more faith or belief. I don't know that I would call those emotions.
Okay. I don't think you can, like, believe in something without being, like, without having any, like, no kind of emotional attachment to it.
But faith in itself isn't a specific feeling. There are feelings attached to faith. And those feelings can be any feelings, right? Like, you can have faith from from the direction of any emotion, but I wouldn't call faith itself an emotion, if that makes sense.
But you can't have, like, sorry, someone says could be logic, but I think that logic is what undermines faith in that way, because from what I understand, the whole point of faith is that you believe without any evidence. And so logic can't play a part in it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Chloe, I'm not talking about faith as in, like, believing in God. I mean, like, having faith in other people isn't necessarily, like, religious faith. Like, there are different kinds of faith, right? This is really complicated. And it's not what the question was at all.
We got distracted.
Do you have any other gods or shards that you think will be introduced?
I already said one, and I forgot it already.
Yeah, like, I think that Unity is what Dalinar is now, right? Didn't he say, like, I am Unity or some shit in the last book?
Oh, I don't remember that.
Or unite them. I feel like Unity is going to be what Dalinar becomes when he, like, rips odium into himself and then becomes the Sazed of this planet. Because Brandon Sanderson loves to repeat his own ideas.
Different gods.
I'm trying to think of, like, Greek gods and what their emotions would be, and then how that would translate into... Like, avarice would be a fun one.
Thank you, Nimbin. I appreciate that.
Conceit, right? Yeah.
I was like, I know it started with a C.
I think avarice would be a fun...
I don't know what that means.
Name.
Avernus?
Not Avernus. Just because avarice is a good word.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I'm gonna go with avarice. You're going with conceit.
Sure.
Let's go on to, did you like Hoid more or less from this book? More. Yeah, I think the Hoid stuff is the best in Oathbringer of the 3 books.
Yeah. 100%.
Even the final chapter being about Hoid doing something instead of Hoid fucking around while he waited to see something happen was more interesting.
Yeah.
Like, it was just active. Hoid, in the first 2 books, it ends with Hoid espousing about the power of art while being in a place where something important is going to happen that he knows is going to happen but doesn't.
Yeah, he just watches.
And he's just there to watch Taln show up, and then he's there to watch Jasnah show up, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But in the third one, it's like, oh, I'm here to do something. Yeah. And I'm going to talk about art on the way because I'm a pretentious little fuck. But I'm being active in my story a little bit more, and so that made me, that definitely mmade me more interested in the epilogue. And also just his thing with Jasnah, or with Shallan, rather.
Yeah.
That section was active, and he was more of a character and less of uninterested Gandalf.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Any ideas on what a Dawnshard is?
I'm assuming it's a shard that the original singers made before they were influenced by Odium's presence on Roshar.
What do you mean? Like a Shard is in like a plate and blade shard or
Yeah,
a
so
god shard?
the shard, plate, and blade that we see in this are all created by the Radiants.
Yeah.
And so I think that what we're gonna learn is that the Parshendi, for the precursors, the whatever they were called back then. I don't know if they were called singers back then, but whatever they were called before humans showed up.
Okay.
From their planet.
Well, because they were also called Dawn Singer, the Dawn Chant, so
right.
Dawnshard. Oh, okay.
So I think that we're gonna find out that they had whatever they were making in their oaths with honor, that the humans then turned into their version of shards. Because so Odium came from Braze, I think is the planet that they come from, right? And so Odium and the humans came over. And then Honor switched and became the god of the humans, and then the Radiance of the humans started to make shards through their connection to the Spren under Honor, right? So I think that in order for that to be the case, the singers who were following Honor before he switched sides had to have some ability to make shards with Honor before, and so Dawn shards are going to be what is around that are those shards.
Okay.
It's going to be people finding what the... And I think that the Dawnshard are going to be the key to the fight against the old singers, because it's going to be like the weapon most effective against them is the weapon that they created before they started this cycle of return.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah.
I could be wrong, but it seems like that makes sense language-wise.
Yeah, I think Dawn is like a recurring theme for the singers, so it just kind of...
Well, and that's where it comes from, right? Like,
makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not pulling that out of my ass. It's just the Dawn chanters being the people that created the Dawn shards. Just
no, the Dawn singers created Dawn chant.
Sure, yeah. What do you disagree with that, or?
No, actually, I think that makes total sense.
Iceblade 44. Have you guys gotten the chance to read some of the RPG materials yet, or no dice? No. Just because we're gonna get a beautiful book soon that's gonna be like the final version, and I don't really want to learn rules that have changed.
Yeah. I'm just gonna like get the final thing.
Brotherwise Games, we've already bought the most expensive version of your game, so you already have our money, but we would also like to promote it. So, if you would like to send us anything early, or do an interview with us, we should honestly reach out. We have his card. We would love to promote the game and talk about it. So yeah, if there's any like materials we could promote, we would do that. We
would, happily.
We are going to be the #1 Stormlight show on the internet.
Yeah.
That's my goal this year.
That's our 2025 goal.
We're going to be the #1 Stormlight weekly show that you can like tune into a cool fucking story.
Yeah. And we're going to get invited to Dragonsteel, and it's going to be great.
We're manifesting. We're putting out in the universe because we're manifesting.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
That's going to probably start as soon as we get back from Japan. I was like, if the game drops in March, we're fucked.
I know.
Because we're going to be...
That would be frustrating, but it is...
Unless we take a week to record like 5 episodes...
Before we leave for Japan.
That might be what we end up doing.
God.
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
Syrian asks, what does victory mean in this conflict? Complicated.
I don't know that it means much of anything, to be honest. Weirdly.
I think Sazed shows up and is like, harmony.
I think that I don't mean that to say that like there's no win condition. I just mean that victory isn't the goal in my eyes. I think that victory is I think that sometimes what gets lost in the way we view conflict is that we think of victory as the end point of the fight. And for the situation that this world finds itself in, I think that winning this war is not actually the end of these characters' problems. And I think that defeating Odium is victory, but it would mean nothing if they do not then fix the societal issues in Rushar.
Yeah.
Right?
The victory is getting rid of slavery, actually.
Well, yeah. And honestly, like, creating a society where the Parshendi have autonomy and a place in this world where they have rights and the ability to govern themselves.
Yeah.
And not and heal and rediscover and build their culture without sort of the like domineering force of humanity on their necks, and also for Dark Eyes and for all of these pieces of society that are kind of pinned under the boot of the conquest of the Alethi people, right?
Yeah. And
so like victory would mean beating Odium and not having a Everstorm trying to murder them every day, right? But I think that victory is hollow if it is followed by a return to the status quo.
Yeah.
And
a victory is a complete and utter upheaval of Vorin society.
Yeah.
And the world as we know it. Which is, I think, why this series is so long. It just makes sense.
Well, and, it's the tough thing about, I think, writing stories about these massive social conflicts, and why so many of the endings fail in my eyes is because they end with, oh, we beat the bad guy. Good job, team. Let's go back to our lives.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, but you spent the first half of the story creating so much conflict, almost explicitly out of the interpersonal conflicts between humanity. And I think Arcane did this. And it's why the ending of Arcane was such a failure in my eyes.
Yeah.
Is because you tell a story that has all of these social issues.
And then
so that you can have emotional conflict.
Yeah.
And then at the end of it, it's like, well, we're just going to do a fight at the end.
Yeah.
So it's okay because everyone had to come together to do the fight. But we're not going to actually
address the real issues of
the
this
issues
world.
that we used to
set up
the plot.
Yeah, 100%.
And I think that it gets tiresome to get invested in sort of the plight of the underdog, only for that underdog to be expected to show up to save the royal's throat, and they're given a medal, but then their people still live in squalor at the edge of the city. You know what I mean? Like that recurring theme, particularly from white authors who want to create fake oppression so that they can have the like emotional turmoil of the story.
Yeah.
But then don't pay off that oppression in the resolution of the story.
Yeah.
It always feels hollow to me.
It's like when you use sexual assault as like a shock value thing, not as like as a thing to actually like aid your story in any way. It's just there to be like, bah! Like emotionally devastating.
Yeah, and it goes into the Wheel of Time ending on thank God
Spoilers!
Well, yeah, spoilers for the end of Wheel of Time. But for me, it's like, thank God actually, I think someone just posted about...
Word feed. Thank you for your first super chat in the stream. Welcome on in.
It's about Wheel of Time.
Hilarious.
Word feed, I'm not going to spoil any specific plot points.
Okay,
I'm just going to spoil something that doesn't happen in the end of the series. So, don't worry. If you're expecting the slavery plotlines to be resolved, they just aren't. And to me, the use of slavery in the final fights as thank God we had them.
Yeah.
We would have lost if we didn't bring all of our slaves. Is a
fun.
really weird narrative choice to me. And there's too much book club already talking about that.
Yeah.
But so I really hope that this series doesn't just end on, thank God we beat Odium.
Yeah.
Now let's fucking get those Parshendi back to work. You know what I mean? That would be a really disappointing end to the series for me.
Absolutely. I do want to say, though, thank you for that super chat. Wordfee says, I know this is off topic, but I managed to meet my goal of finishing Crossroads of Twilight before New Year's.
Let's go!
I swear the only thing keeping me going was the promise of Nerdy tearing it to shreds. Well,
we did.
We did for several weeks, so enjoy that.
Y'all, I just want to say, to all of you who are with us from, like, day one of this 3-year experiment, who stuck through, like, 6 months of me sitting here for 3 hours a week complaining about the Wheel of Time, y'all are the best.
Y'all are the real one.
Y'all are the best. I really genuinely appreciate you so much for sitting through what I can only imagine was really annoying content. Like,
yeah, we were
I find myself annoying sometimes. Can you believe that?
No.
Yeah, I love hearing myself talk, but God, do I hate myself. It's a really weird balance that I strike.
Well, that sounds fascinating. You should probably go to therapy.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so disappointing.
It was a journey, and we're glad to be on the other side of it, you know?
Someone, this like voice actor did like a monologue from Wheel of Time on TikTok from The Dragon Reborn, and it was so good. And I was like, God, those early books in the Wheel of Time are just fucking magic, man.
We were having a blast, and I think that's why it hurt so bad when it started to really disappoint us.
Well, I remember when we got through Winter's Heart, and like there's that moment at the end of Winter's Heart that's so huge and so fun, and you're like, God, if only the 800 pages before this were worth anything to the series. Yeah.
Nerdy's wrong. I never would have finished Wheel of Time without book club. Well, I don't know if I should say you're welcome or I'm sorry. I'm actually like not 100% on that one. So I'm just going to say both and cover all my bases.
Part of me wants to do a reread of each of the Wheel of Time books to put like a 20-minute more concise review on the new Nerdy Wordy Book Club channel.
Oh, on the new one.
Yeah.
That's actually an interesting idea.
And so I might actually reread the series with the intention of putting together like a shorter, very concise, so that I'm
could do like a kind of almost verbal essay.
Well, and that would be my goal, is to write my thoughts out. Like, it wouldn't be alive. Yeah. It would be like I would write a script and put together a story for the book to be very, because sometimes the book clubs are rambly, and I'm like, if you want to skip the first however many book clubs, just watch these, just read these, watch these videos. Because I stand by most of what I said in those book clubs. I got things wrong. Like, they're the things that I was just factually incorrect on. I acknowledge, but I stand by my feelings. Yeah. And so, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that would be, honestly, I think it would be kind of fun and interesting to do that and see where the foreshadowing was that we missed the first time around.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
You know, what the things that stand out to us that were highly positive, and because once we got to the end of the series, you know, in a way, it's kind of hard to remember the joy from the beginning.
I disagree. I still think that book 4, Chaos? No.
Shadow Rising.
Shadow Rising, that's one. I still remember the excitement of that novel.
Oh, I remember like, that. I just mean, like, plot-wise.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like, I would need to reread a summary of each book to remember kind of where things fell. Right? Like, it kind of became a bit of a haze.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You know, I think it'd be worthwhile in a lot of ways.
It'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Let's get into this next question. God, this is a long one, Syrian. Early in the book, Dalinar and Taravangian debate about how to try a mass murder case with imperfect information. The example given is that there are known to be 3 murderers, but 4 total suspects. Taravangian's answer is to execute all suspects because the landowner's duty was to prevent more murders. He explicitly rejects the possibility of either imprisoning or releasing all 4 suspects. What does this tell you about Taravangian's philosophy on rulership? It tells me that if you can control all of the sides of the story, then you can create whatever narrative you want to. But the idea that Taravangian is creating a scenario that never exists in real life so that he can justify murder is just it's not a very intelligent argument. Well, it's not even a straw man argument. It's just not a very good argument.
Yeah, it's like, what about this weird random hypothetical? Which
works on Twitter because people will fight you about it, but it's actually not a very intelligent argument that he makes, and so it's just sort of,
he came up with that on a stupid day.
And it's the book trying to like make a point about Dalinar and Taravangian, but doing so in the way that, like, with all of the intellectual honesty of a Twitter debate.
Yeah.
And so there's just not much value to it.
Yeah.
And so it tells me that, which isn't a comment on Brandon Sanderson, it's a comment on Taravangian being sort of spineless and not,
Well, because once you take this hypothetical that is extremely hypothetical, like, it's like this scenario wouldn't really exist. You can manipulate this to serve any kind of end by just
Yeah.
adding more shit that would never exist. What if all 4 of those people were the city doctors? And you lock them all away or you kill them all. And now you have no doctors in town to take care of people that are sick and dying or injured.
But it's not even
It doesn't add anything, but it's like what if though? Like,
it's not even that interesting though. Because in what scenario are you 100% sure that there are 3 different murderers?
Yeah.
But you don't know which 3 of the 4 it is. Like,
yeah. Unless they all happened at the exact same moment in different parts of the city or something. Like, that would have to be so... Guillermo, thank you.
Guillermo, thank you for 10 gifted memberships.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate that. Nimvin, it's not even a different trolley problem. Okay, so the trolley problem is really simple because it is a choice between 2 difficult things. If you have 5 people about to die and you can flip a switch and 2 people die because you flip the switch, is it worth it to be the person who pulls the switch, killing 2 people, and those 2 deaths are directly on your hands versus the 5, right?
Yeah.
This is not that. This is an insane scenario where Taravangian has created a problem in which the lord of a city is somehow aware that 3 murderers have committed murder.
Yes.
And they have 4 suspects.
Yes.
Which on its own is just...
How? Yeah.
Like, how do you know there are 3 murderers then?
Yeah.
If you don't know who did it, how do you know there are 3 murderers?
Exactly. Yeah.
How do you know that they're going to kill again? Just because someone has committed murder does not mean they're a serial killer. Like, a lot of people commit murder once because of emotion, passion, things like that.
Yeah, to have 3 serial killers in one small town seems highly unlikely.
But to know that you have 3 serial killers who are definitely going to kill people in the future.
Yeah.
But you can't. And it has to be one of 4 people.
Yeah.
It is in its own way just a... It is a what-ifism that doesn't have any actual value because there is no real-world scenario that connotates to what Taravangian is saying.
Yeah. But that's why it's interesting in the context of the book, because Taravangian's trying so hard to not, lose his mind and justify the horrible things that he is doing / about to do.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. It's the same... It is the same argument that, like, right-wing idiots make on Twitter about any topic. Like, literally any topic. It's just a what-ifism. And it's like, well, what if immigrants kill more white people? And it's like, I mean, like, that might happen, but that's not the same side of the... That might happen. And that would be awful. But also, like, what if
make up any
the
scenario.
CIA destabilized their government and the reason why their country is struggling financially is because America hampered their growth for 60 years. Like, what if that side of the argument? Like, are we just going to ignore the cause of poverty in South America? Because it isn't South Americans. You know what I mean? And so it's one of those things where, like, yeah, if you ignore all of the other information in the debate and you just make it about this one thing, you can just say, well, let's just kill them. It's fine. Yeah. But in order to do that, you have to simplify it down to a version of the world that doesn't actually exist, right? You have to take reality out of the debate. Yeah. And once you're taking reality out of a debate about the death penalty, you've lost me. You're no longer... like debating with any intellectual honesty because you're like, well, what if I create a scenario where it's okay to kill people is less interesting to me than dealing with a real scenario. Right?
Yeah, for sure. And that's why I think you're the way you started with that is that Taravangian, what it says about his rulership is that he can create whatever narrative he needs to justify whatever he decides to do. And that is literally it. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's interesting, and it is what makes him an interesting character, right?
Yeah, I'm really grateful for Taravangian because Odium would get boring really fast as a villain. Like, and honestly, like even like Leshwi isn't a great villain right now.
I mean, we barely know her. I'm not gonna.
She could become one. I'm not saying like she'll never be a good villain. I'm just saying right now we don't spend enough time with the villains and our. You know, Moash is the best villain in the series because I have an emotional connection to the things that he's done.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And Odium I don't. So Taravangian kind of Breaking Bad at the end of this book is the best thing this book does, in my opinion. It gives us a real threat because we know how dangerous Taravangian is.
Yeah.
Like, he snuck people into Urithiru.
He is cunning.
He's actually succeeded at his goals in a way that Odium keeps fucking up.
Yeah.
Like, Odium is kind of a fuck up, but Taravangian isn't. And in that, Taravangian, and I have an emotional connection to the character, and so the making him the bad guy at the end of this book is one of the smartest things Brandon Sanderson did.
Yeah, 1000%.
Yeah.
So your third question, how could such a philosophy have led Taravangian to making his deal with Odium? Again, it's his justification of trying to save the people that he loves and who he believes are, like, his people.
Well, it's the same argument that, not to keep harping on right-wing Twitter idiots, but they are kind of my least favorite
really
people.
Easy.
And I am not someone who hates everyone on the right? I specifically hate right-wing Twitter idiots. That's not all conservatives, right? Globally, especially, but certainly not even all American conservatives. I have plenty of friends who have conservative values, and, you know, it's a struggle sometimes, but I'm able to still love them. But there's a specific dishonesty in the idiots on the right, on Twitter.
And I think half of them are bots.
The way in which they justify AI's use in the way that they craft their arguments to make it seem like AI is okay is the exact same intellectual dishonesty that allows Taravangian to end up on Odium's side.
Yeah.
It is the same twisting of selfishness and a lack of empathy for the greater humanity.
Yeah.
And only viewing those especially close to you as being worthy of a future.
Yeah.
It really does. There's a interesting through line between those two ideas, right?
Yeah.
And obviously, you know, in many ways, Taravangian's a much worse version of that because he actually does want to kill them all. But or he's going to enact a lot more death.
Sure.
But
it is taken to the extremes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is the ability to tell yourself a story that justifies any action, and any inaction as well.
Yeah.
And you know, when people on that certain side of Twitter are told, like, well, but the amount of water that's being consumed to funnel AI into existence is dreadfully dangerous for society and for the world and for global warming and all these things. And they're like, well, other people are going to use it, so I have to, or I'm going to fall behind, is a story that you're telling yourself to justify an action that is a net negative.
It is a result directly of the American dream.
Yeah. And no, 100%. And the American dream as a concept that has now been sold globally to people, you know, outside of that sphere. It is the same internalized storytelling that is incredibly dangerous, right? The only value in internal storytelling is when you are willing to intake the stories of other people and have your internal story be built by your community and by the people around you. It is empathetic growth where the stories of society influence the stories personally.
Yeah.
And when you begin to remove the community element of your storytelling and you have this sort of sigma male, like, pick yourself up by your bootstraps, which is an incredibly stupid idea.
Yeah.
Because no one does that. Everyone has a community.
Who has straps on their boots anymore? Like, come on.
They still make bootstraps. Do you think that we're like post-strap boots now?
Okay, show me boots with straps on them.
Do I own a pair of... It doesn't matter.
No, you don't.
The point that I'm making is... The point that I'm making is when you begin to tell yourself these stories that are built upon a lie that someone is selling you in order to profit off of you, the way that, you know, the Andrew Tates of the world do.
Yeah.
Those kind of stories that aren't about community but are about solely the self, long term have disastrous effects for the community. Because once you have too many people who believe that the world is about them and not about being empathetic towards the people around them, and just empathetic towards the world larger, you begin to see society decline. And we're in that phase of society right now where we are seeing social decline. And we are going to have to find ourselves either a way out of this, or we're going to see much more revolution. I think the Arab Spring was that 2012? No, I think it was later than that. I think the Arab Spring was a forerunner of things to come in terms of the sorts of... there was a series of revolutions across the Middle East 1 year that sort of... They kind of like fire-started each other.
Yeah.
And because of basically oppression of the larger world governments, they weren't as successful as I think the people who enacted them were hoping, especially 10 years down the road now. Yeah. But I think that was a forerunner to what you will see unless we can find our way back to empathy and back towards sort of community building.
Yeah.
I was right. Timing. Yeah. Okay. I was a little late, actually. But, as soon as you start to believe that there's this sort of alpha, which is not even true, there are no alpha wolves, internal kind of motor that you can solely change the world with, you begin to actually enact against the societal good. And it is something that Taravangian is doing, right? Taravangian's
given up. Yeah, he thinks that other people are not worthy.
But he also believes that he can solve it for Kharbranth. Like, he believes that, like, he alone is the barrier between the future and not. And in being alone in his own mind in terms of who can save them, he is dooming millions to death.
Yeah.
And if he used that intelligence to join with the coalition honestly and openly and empathetically, Dalinar would be in a better position against Odium.
Absolutely.
Because that's always how it is. The more empathy you bring to a situation, the better it will end.
Yeah. Gritzer, I did not know that pulling you up by your bootstraps was originally used as a sarcastic term to refer to an impossible task.
That's hilarious.
That is very funny.
I didn't know that either.
Wow. The more you know. Yeah, I think, should we move on to the next question?
Mm-hmm.
I think that was a good place to leave it. I think that was very clear.
I said a lot to not say very much, but I think that I wanted to be clear about my position.
I think you said a lot. Yeah. Absolutely. Early Ann asks, if you could import a standard fantasy creature into Stormlight Archive, which would it be? Bonus points for a named one for epic crossover shenanigans.
Oh my god. Interesting.
What's her name? Is it Amalthea from The Last Unicorn? Like, I would have, like...
I've never seen it.
No, you haven't. I would literally have, like, the fucking, like, queen of the goddamn, oh my god, Rashadiums be a fucking unicorn.
That's funny. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, just have that little bit of, like, classic fantasy. Because I think that, in a weird way, the Stormlight Archive doesn't have really any of that. Some of the powers, I think, feel classic fantasy, but there's no, like, elves and dwarves and, like, unicorns and dragons in the sense that we're, like, used to. And so I think that, I think if you had, like, a Rashadium leader who, like, is just, like, a unicorn, would be very fun, because the Rashadiums are kind of almost sentient, and so if their leader was, like, a sentient being, I think that would be rad. But no, Nerdy has not seen The Last Unicorn. It's tragic. Yeah.
Guava, thank you for Atomic Guava. Thank you for watching the One Piece reactions.
Hey,
I appreciate that.
We just finished Oathbringer.
Yeah, we've read Mistborn Era 1. Arzu just wrote it. Yeah, we've read a lot.
Thank you, Arzu. Yeah,
we're pretty big Cosmere fans. Maybe not of some of the books as much as other people, but definitely Mistborn Era 1 and Oathbringer are... Like,
Adolin riding a unicorn would just be iconic.
Shallan would just fucking, like, create a new ocean. The Pure Lake would not be nearly as pure after that.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I don't know. I think that would be a fun addition to this world.
What would I add from fantasy? That like there's like the things that are so obvious, like dragons, but I don't really think dragons. I want something a little bit more obscure so that it would feel like it wouldn't feel like, oh, the Urukai have shown up, which I feel like wouldn't really work.
You could just have like a chimera.
No, that doesn't fit the world very well.
Obscure. A kraken. That's very funny.
Oh, yeah. I would add
it's a crab.
No, I would add the horny crab from Alabasta, so that Shallan just has to dress sexy so that she can get transported around the world.
Not standard fantasy. I'm sorry, One Piece is not standard fantasy.
One Piece is old fantasy now.
Standard, not old.
I mean, yeah, One Piece is huge. No, I'm joking about that. I find the horny crab to be a very funny thing. But I do actually know. You know what? If the horny crab, I can't remember its name, but it's like 800 feet tall. If the horny crab from One Piece was in this world, it would be so devoted to Yasna, right? Because those big old titties.
Yeah.
Like, she would have transportation for life. Because that crab would just be so sexually attracted to her.
Pretending like I understand any
In the middle of Alabasta, for no reason, a giant crab shows up. I don't give a shit. A giant crab shows up that... Because they need a way to get to the capital city in time for the final fight. And they're like, how are we going to do it? And then randomly, a sexual predator camel shows up with a giant crab that allows them to ride the crab all the way to the capital city because the crab thinks that Nami and Nico Robin Nami and Vivi are really fucking hot in their sexy outfits that
I'm sorry, there is a predator camel?
He's not really a predator, but he is a horny camel who only lets women ride him and won't let any of the men ride him and will, like, attack the men if they try to ride him. Because he's horny for human women.
Yeah, no, I hope that doesn't make it in the live action.
I think it was all filler. I don't... Well, actually, the camel's not filler, but the crab, I think, was filler.
All right. Well, that's fun. I like my answer better.
Yeah.
Lindy Ellis Caller asked, do you have any idea what...
Average One Piece character. No. Alabasta was weird, Fran.
Do you have any idea what Dawnshard is about? And if not, what do you predict it's going to be about? Like the book?
I have no idea.
I honestly hope that it is a prequel that is with the Parshendi singers as main characters.
Oh, prequel would be fun.
Yeah.
Both the camel and the crab are in the manga? Fuck, Nicholas, that's crazy. Definitely not going to be in live action, though. I don't know how they could explain horny crabs and camels.
Yeah.
The camel will be there, but I don't think that the camel will be so sexually turned on by Nami's breasts.
Well, and also...
Alabasta's really weird. I'm glad that shit stayed in Alabasta.
I love that Emily Rudd is like, do I need to...
That's not what she did. She said... since Elvira lost the weight to stay in the role, I guess I need to get a boob job to complete Nami's character arc.
Yeah.
She was being funny.
But she needs to get a slow boob job that is
just like slowly pumps up.
Yeah. It's got to be like that temporary where you're like, they got to be bigger for this week in these scenes, and then they got to go back down again. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like filler for your titties. Anyways, 0 and 1 asks...
Dawnshard. No, we have to do this. Dawnshard.
Oh, wait. I predicted it.
Oh, you did, yeah. We don't know what it's about. I think that it is going to be about somebody finding a Dawnshard. I think it's going to be someone that we've met in, like, an interlude. It feels like it's going to be another Lift situation. I just don't know Risen. Who. I mean, it could be Risen. It could be Risen.
She does get that boat. Like,
sailing out and finding a Dawnshard.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah. That would actually be fun, like a mini pirate adventure with Risen.
Yeah, and cheery.
Cool. 0 and 1 says, now that you're halfway through Act 1, can you give us predictions for how you think Book 5 ends and what the second arc will be about?
Book 5 ends. Oh my god. Well, I mean, like, we kind of talked about it might be interesting if the first half of the series, like books 1 through 5, are kind of about, like, defeating Odium and
I think that's what it'll be.
The grander threat. And then the next 5 books are like, how do we rebuild society in a way and, like, actually resolve, slavery and, not have that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think that we will see...
But I'm going to add to that. Sorry, I think that second half of the series will still have, like, larger shards as part of it, but I think it's going to be the people chasing Hoid and how that influences this planet in, like, negative or positive ways. So there's still, like, that level of god fuckery, but it is not Odium.
I think book 5 will end with Kaladin and Moash fighting across the skies.
I thought you were going to say fucking.
Nope. I'm being serious. I think that it's going to be Kaladin v. Moash in the Battle of Champions, with Dalinar and Taravangian using different powers. Because I think Taravangian will now have, like, Odium's bondsmith power. And so I think it'll be Odium. I think Taravangian will be the bondsmith manipulating things for Odium. Dalinar will be the bondsmith manipulating things for honor, and it will be Kaladin v. Moash. And I think that the thing that it will all be a smokescreen for Odium's attempt to kill cultivation in the background, because the concept of champions doesn't matter as much as cultivation dying and being the only shard on this planet. And so the series will end with Dalinar realizing that Odium has killed cultivation, and Dalinar will kill Odium. Mm-hmm. And in doing so, Dalinar will become the god of this planet, Unity. And
I wonder what would happen.
That will be the end of book 5. And then the next series will be the, like, war that takes place in trying to figure out where the Parshendi will live and how much space should the humans have and things like that. You
know what I think would be kind of fun is if this series explored what happened to a planet that didn't have a shard. Mm-hmm. If they all died. Like, before, like, you know, I think Dalinar taking over, like, in a sense, is a very probable pathway, but maybe not right away. Like, what does it mean? Does this planet literally start dying? Like, can it survive without the shards, without the magic that makes that kind of brings life to it?
Well, I don't think the shards don't have to be there for the magic to live.
No,
like, Honor's dead, but the Stormfather still brings Stormlight.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think exploring a place where the shards all die is interesting.
Or book 6 through 10 are the shards all dead, and what does it look like for what society pushes together again? What does it look like for this world to fight invasion? A shard realizes there's no shard on Rashar anymore. There's no god there to stop, and they want to become the god here.
Fucking Sazed is like, all right, time to invade. Get your guns.
I don't think it would be Sazed, but like, what happens when a shard tries to lay dominion over another planet? And what if it is Dominion? What if Dominion from Elantris tries to... Or no, is Dominion... Cell is Warbreaker?
Yeah.
What if Dominion tries to take over in book 6 through 10? And, like, how do you fight against a shard becoming the god of your planet?
Well, and it kind of leans on the grander scale of things that you may not understand consequence-wise that is in Mistborn Era 1, right? The Lord Ruler dies. Now, what does that fucking mean, right? Because the Lord Ruler sucked, but he was holding Ruin at bay. And so, you know, if Odium dies...
Yeah.
What greater evil would maybe try and take over and, like...
No, I was right the first time, yeah. So Cell is Elantris, Warburg is Nalthus. So yeah, so I agree with that. I also think, like, the fun thing about the 6 through 10 being a story about an invasion of a shard into their world, trying to become god, is it would give our characters reason to world hop to find out, like, what did that shard leave behind on their last world? Because you could even start it off as a good thing. Oh, hey, we have a god again.
Yeah.
And then characters, Yasin and Shallan and Kaladin go on an adventure to the old planet that shard left.
Yeah.
Find out that what that shard left was devastation.
Yeah.
And have to come back and they're like, no, you guys don't understand, actually. Because it would actually be kind of fun to start with, like, 5 years into that shard being there.
Yeah.
And people are kind of on board. People are starting to convert over.
Yeah.
And, like, things are changing, and it seems like for the better. And so a couple of our characters go find out that actually that shard brought devastation, come back, and everyone is like, well, no, what do you mean it's a bad thing? Look at how good things are.
Yeah.
And so you kind of tell the story of, like, you have to, like, our main characters have to almost convince themselves and then everybody else that what's happening is actually bad because of what happened on the previous planet.
Yeah.
And then you have this god being like, oh, I fucked up there because of the other shard and there was a bad war, but on my own, that wouldn't happen. I promise that wouldn't happen again. Yeah. And so the shard, you would have sort of this complicated narrative of the shard trying to convince them that it would be a good god for them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, they have this knowledge of this bad thing that happened and complicate the narrative from there.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Bogd and Danbog. Final question. Add Smut to one scene in this book. Clarus, where would you add the Smut Corner scene to Oathbringer?
It would just be... It would be Adel and Shallan wedding, and the, like, build-up anticipation of, like... They've been horny for so long.
Yeah.
They've been, like, touching one another, and they go through the wedding, and, like, it's just, like, their internal monologue of, like, what's gonna happen later. And then you get, like, a full Smut arc with their wedding and their wedding night.
Yeah. I think it starts with Shallan being like, I've heard boys need to come once, or else, so that they can last longer the first time. And so she slowly, like, unzips her safe hand pouch and grasps Adelin's thick rod with her left hand and gives them a quick little safe hand jerk off.
Right, yeah. And that's the first
orgasm of the night.
Yeah,
when they're actually having sex later, he can last a little bit.
Here's the thing. Is Adolin a virgin?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, okay. All right.
Their society's so prudish. I'd be shocked if he wasn't. That's
true. Honestly, unfortunate.
Adolin is still, like, blushes when her left hand comes out. He's never had sex with a woman.
Dalinar blushes when Navani's left hand is out, okay? And he's an old man.
Yeah, but he doesn't remember having sex.
Well, not with his wife.
I think that Dalinar didn't have sex until Evie.
You don't think that Dalinar dallied in a brothel?
No, I don't. I actually don't, weirdly. His response to Sadeas's men wanting that made me think that he was not that guy.
Do you imagine if you lost all your memories of sex? Like...
I mean, that'd be like a third of my life. I would forget so much. I've been having sex for so long.
No, I don't mean like all of the
my
years
memories
that you've
would
been
be
sexually active.
No, I know, but that would be so much of my life.
God.
I'd basically just throw away my 20s.
The Colons are a bunch of virgins. Yeah, kind of.
Renarin definitely is.
No, I honestly never thought about the fact that
masturbated.
Dalinar, like, lost all of his memories of having sex. Like, that didn't even cross my mind. And that's bonkers.
Code 76 says, didn't Dalinar say he participated in pillaging early in his life? Yeah, no, I think that he participated in pillaging. I don't think that Dalinar was getting, like, laid. Weirdly.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Is that why all he could remember was
Jesus Christ.
If I was to add a smut scene to this book, I would go more interesting than fucking the wedding night.
What do you mean?
They're already gonna have sex there. You're adding smut where there's already smut.
Oh, so you want surprise
You broke
smut.
the rules of Smut Corner.
Okay, they get really bored on the boat in Shadesmar because they're there for like weeks or whatever.
I feel like our autofocus is fucked again. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, the like frame rate gets a little weird sometimes. They get really bored on the boat.
Yeah.
And they all just start fucking around with the Spren.
With the Spren.
Yeah,
See,
why
that's
not?
more fun.
Yeah.
Captain Nico. I'm gonna say Shallan at the Revel. Just, really trying to fit in, playing character. And Shallan keeps her virginity. But Vale participates in the orgy.
Oh my god.
And so Shallan goes to her wedding night with Adolin being like, no, I'm a virgin. But Vale has been railed.
Vale has been railed.
Vale does anal.
There you go. All right.
Shallan doesn't.
Good for her.
But Vale is
Vale
a
gets
slut.
freaky. Yeah. She's like she's down to try new things.
All right.
That is all the questions.
Can you imagine if Dalinar got his memories back and there was a chapter where Brandon Sanderson described him remembering sex for the first time again?
Do you think he would like get hard? Like remembering just
he
like
would
all of
cream
his
his little blue uniform.
Oh wow. Navani's like, what? You good? Like.
All right. Let's go into the next part of this podcast, which is going to be...
are we going to do the fan casting or are we going to do the test?
No, we're doing the test first.
The tests! All right, guys. We have to do our tests.
Can someone actually drop the Radiant quiz link in chat?
All right. I'm going to go pee now then.
All right. Does anyone have the quiz link for the Radiant. I guess I can just Google it. Radiant quiz. Brandon Sanderson, official Knights Radiant Order quiz. Let's control. No. Is this? Where do I want to? Sorry, y'all. Black screen. Really quick here. It won't last. I just need that. Great. We're gonna make these small. Put it maybe up here. We'll find the right spot for this in a second. And then we're going to go these properties. Nope, that's wrong. There we go. Official Knights Radiant Order quiz.
Ooh.
That's right, folks. Are you ready for this?
I'm not ready.
Do you want to go first or second? Looks like that's going to be the way to do this.
Chat, who's going to go first? You decide.
Chat, me or Claris?
And what do you think you're going to get?
Is that going to look good? Yeah, you can see everything that way. Oh, what do I think I'm going to get? I think that I am going to get...
You're allowed to place bets on this if you want, chat.
I think I am going to get Bondsmith, because I'm a very, very special boy.
I don't think Bondsmith is in there.
Yeah, it is.
Never mind.
It's increasingly rare, or it's very rare.
Yeah, no, you are a very special boy.
I could see Will Shaper or Edge Dancer. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
All right. People want you to go first.
Okay, I'm going first. Here we go.
Let's go. I'm excited.
Official Knights Radiant Order quiz. You're gonna have to help me with this because we have to keep each other honest.
Okay.
Can we open 2 windows and do it simultaneously? Oh, I guess we could do that. Do you want to do that?
Sure. We just have to remember which window is whose tab.
That won't be hard.
All right.
Because one of us will be ahead of the other. All right. Heart on sleeve, poker face.
Oh, it's like a slider.
Yeah.
Oh. I think you're more hard on sleeve.
No, I think I'm more poker face.
What? You make it very clear how you feel about everything. You're not afraid to show your opinions. You're not afraid to love things. You're not afraid to hate things.
I know, but I also fucking lie, and I also will say shit just to say shit a lot. I'm not a poker face in book club. That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's go 75% hard on sleeve.
75? Okay, I was gonna say more 60.
No.
Because I think you can do the poker face very well. You just choose not to most of the time.
That's fair.
That's why I mean 60.
All right, Claris, hard on sleeve or poker face?
Oh no, I would be 90% hard on sleeve.
Okay.
I will stare at people on the bus and I'm like, why are you watching TikTok out loud?
Yeah.
I don't really try to hide anything.
Yeah, James Ross, I do a lot of bits, which is why I think I'm kind of poker facey.
That's why I say 60%, not 75.
Yeah, here's the thing. I am really honest with book club because I can be, because it's my space. I'm going to go 70.
All right.
But when I'm in public, I'm very fake with a lot of people.
You mask.
But I don't, but that's the thing. Even this is a little bit, I'm very autistic sometimes. And so I do feel like the face that I present to a lot of people isn't my real one, but here I'm real because I can be. And so that's where I'm I understand that people who watch our reactions or things that are in my space are you're a very hard on sleeve person, but it's because it's my space. When I'm outside of my space, I feel like I'm very fake with a lot of people because I'm not safe to be me.
This is why I say 60%.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 70 because I do think I can cry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Whereas I don't really have a lot of neurodivergent people talk about masking, and I don't do that.
Yeah.
you know me, I
Yeah.
am the same
Yeah,
here that I am in the world.
Confident needs reassurance. What about you?
You know what? I'm gonna say that that's actually pretty close. Yeah, you don't give a fuck.
And also, if you try and de-assure me of something, I'm probably still gonna do it. I don't care.
That's why he heckles you, chat.
If you want to go to Amazon Prime right now, Cross season 1 episode 6, you can see my penis on television.
Yeah, but that's not. I mean, I'm naked online as well.
And I think that you're very confident.
Yeah.
I think we're YouTubers professionally. Like,
yeah, I
there's
wouldn't
a
go
minimum.
100.
There's a minimum amount of confidence that you kind of have to
Yeah.
be willing to sit on camera for as long as we do, giving our very. I think the people who are YouTubers that need reassurance are people who don't have a real opinion online. Who are like, I'm a cozy streamer and I don't want to talk about politics because I would hate to lose a single member of my audience because the number is the only thing that matters to me. Meanwhile, I'm like, hey, you like slavery? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I'm gonna go like 70.
Great.
I think that's pretty.
You're very confident, babe.
Accurate.
Babe, your tits are on the internet.
Yeah. I feel like I am pretty confident.
All right, let's do you next. Cautious or daring? Let's keep in mind that people can buy your nudes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, when you put it like that.
I do have a video of you flashing the camera on top of the Griffith Observatory with the Hollywood sign behind you.
Yeah, that's true.
In public.
Okay, I'm gonna go like 65% daring. You know? I think that's good. Sometimes I get a little bit too in my head where I'm like, oh, should I for like certain things. But I think 65
and you're not
is...
physically you're not you don't like extreme sports or things like that.
No, I can't do that.
Yeah.
No, can't do that.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm gonna go like 85% daring.
Yeah, that checks out.
You'll
do anything.
I'm not
You're
gonna
like an unknown orgy ad on Craigslist? Yeah, why not? Actually, why would I not do that?
That's so true.
I think 85 might be a little low.
God.
Actually.
No, because I
Officially, CM, that is very funny.
when I am like in certain positions, I do go, that's not worth risking my body.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I am cautious, like you, I'm cautious around, when I was doing a lot of skiing and snowboarding, there were times where I was like, I could try that. I'm not going to.
Yeah, okay. 85 checks out.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Are you library or dojo? What? I'm sorry, what does that mean?
That's are you like reading or like physical activities? I'm gonna leave that at 50-50. I really enjoy both. You know what I mean?
But I need context for this because is it what you enjoy?
I don't know why you need context for this. It's so simple.
No, is it what you
library
enjoy or is it
dojo?
how you learn? Because if it's how you learn, I need hands-on experience 100%. But I enjoy.
I understand what you're saying. Okay,
I enjoy
okay.
reading and I enjoy being physical. So, chat, do you know if this is meant to be like a how you learn type of scenario?
I was thinking it's a where would you find yourself?
I don't know. I can't tell from this random slider.
Where would you rather be, the library or the dojo?
Okay. Because I was like,
I'm going
this is a
50-50. I'm like a guy who's like, I'm gonna go to the gym and then I'm gonna go to the library after. That sounds like a great afternoon to me.
Yeah.
I see it as nerd or jock, but that's where I'm 50-50, right?
Yeah,
I'm nerdy
literally.
nightly, but I also played hockey for 12 years competitively, and if someone was like, hey, do you want to go play shinny this afternoon? I would do book club, and then I would go put on skates and go play. You know what I mean? I really do feel like I am both of those things.
Yeah. For me, Gritzer, the answer is actually very different if it's about how you learn, because I would go very far to dojo if it's how you, if it has to do with
because you don't learn well by reading.
No, I can't fucking do it.
Yeah.
But I think I'll go move me over 60% dojo.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty accurate.
I mean, I would have gone further dojo for you just because of how much you work out and how... Here's the thing. I can sit in a chair for a week and read, and it doesn't affect my mental health. if you sat in a chair and read for a week and you didn't work out, it would drastically decrease your mental health.
I would start rolling around on the floor while I read. Like,
but that's my point. Like, I feel like your like physical health, you love the working out part in a way that it like improves your mental health, whereas I do it because I know I need it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wolf pack or lone wolf for Clarus?
All right, give me like a 90.
No.
All right.
No. Lone wolf Clarus? Not even a fucking little bit.
All right.
Not even 99%.
Hey, I've been alone while you've been at rehearsals or shows for like 3 months.
Being able to be alone and how you function. You are a community girly.
Yeah, I know. I am aware. All right, your turn.
I love you so much.
Great. That's a little far.
You think so?
Yeah.
Before you, I was alone most of the time.
Yeah. Nerdy's mom literally told me, like, when we got married, she was like, I didn't think that Nerdy would ever like anybody enough to marry them. And I was like, oh, all right. So.
Yeah, I'm like 70% lone wolf. In that I need alone time to... The reason why I don't think I'm very wolf packy isn't actually... It's not because I don't enjoy other people's presence. I do. I oftentimes am better at accomplishing tasks if I can go just get it done by myself and not have to explain why
if that's
I'm doing things.
Then that changes my answer.
But no, that's not the only thing.
Yeah.
I need time by myself to get the energy to be social in a way that you get energy from being social.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I know when I'm with people, I hit my battery limit where I'm like, I need to go be alone. Sometimes I go to the bathroom at parties so I can sit for 5 minutes and recharge enough to go back to the conversation.
Yeah.
And so I know that about myself. And I am that guy.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair.
Okay, this one's me. Peacemaker or Firebrand? I'm going to go like 80% Firebrand.
What does that mean?
That you keep the peace in conversation. And I think based on book club, I don't think I can go any less than 80% Firebrand. Carrie, thank you for becoming a member.
Thank you. Driveway shoveled, so now I'm finally ready to let the chipmunk versions of Nerdy Colors catch me up on everything. Happy fucking New Year to that. Thank you.
Happy New Year, Carrie. Thank you for being here.
Hopefully, I wonder what we sound like at fucking 3 times speed.
I think I'm like an 80% Firebrand. I can be a peacemaker if I have to be.
Yeah.
But it is not natural to me. I am very much opinionated, and I've burned... The reason I know I'm a Firebrand is there are professional places in the theater industry that I will never work again because I fucking torched those relationships. And, like, not even like, oops, I accidentally did that. I have gone into artistic directors' offices before and burnt my relationship with the theater to the ground to let them know how I feel about how I was treated. Yeah. Christian Rapper, this is the official Knights Radiant quiz on Brandon Sanderson's website.
Yeah.
I will burn a relationship to the ground if I feel... If I do not like you, I will let you know so that you stay out of my life. I will straight up just tell you I actually would rather never see your face again. Mm-hmm. And I've said that to many people, and it has treated me really well. I love the circle of people around me. I don't feel like I have to be fake with any of the people in my friend group.
Fair.
And even the people who are in the friend group that I'm at parties with know that I'm not a fan of them, and we just deal with that.
Yeah.
And I don't...
There's no bullshit.
No.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I think I'm like 70 the other way.
Yeah. You balance me out.
But
you're not fully... You'll start a fight.
Oh, yeah. If someone's doing shit that, like, I'm not okay with...
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pretend to, like, placate, but I do try and be peacemaker in that, like, if there are misunderstandings, I will try and smooth those over as opposed to making it a big deal. You
also will just cut people out silently, but you won't tell them.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
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 I think I just lost Bondsmith, by the way, by putting Firebrand as... This website's like, well, he's not a Bondsmith. I'm a bondsmith in the way that Dalinar is. You know what I mean? Like, he's not a peacemaker.
He's a fucking war criminal.
Um.
All right.
Yeah.
Spiritual or skeptical? Move me over to like 30%. Like 7, yeah.
70-30?
I think so. I don't really believe in any kind of religion. I don't even really believe in like ghosts. Like I've never had an encounter that has made me feel like there is something out there greater that I cannot see.
Mm-hmm.
But like I think that like I would be spiritual in the way that I think I think that life is sacred in a sense.
Interesting.
But I wouldn't really go any further than... Even that might feel a bit far. Bro, you believe in ghosts.
I believe in ghosts because I've seen them. But I'm skeptical as hell. I did not believe in ghosts until I saw a ghost. I went, okay, I believe in that now. I am almost 100% skeptical. At the age of 4 years old, I told my mom that church was dumb, because why would God exist?
Oh, I told the church that God was dead and we had to move provinces.
Yeah, but you were repeating something that you heard.
Yeah.
I believed in my core that, like, what I was learning in Sunday school was not true.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I definitely was not allowed to hang out with certain friends because, like, they would go to church and I'd be like, why? That's silly. Like...
I also don't, like, I believe in ghosts because I've experienced ghosts in my life, and I don't think that that is a spiritual thing. And that is I think ghosts are science. I think it's a science we don't understand yet. I don't think it's a religion.
All right. Then, yeah, I think maybe my number needs to move over further as well.
Well, it depends on what you believe in ghosts to be, right? Like...
But I don't believe in that.
But you believe, like, spiritual, that, like, human life is sacred, and I don't believe that.
I mean, in the way that, like, all life has value.
See, I don't believe that, though.
Okay.
I think that we're just living. I don't think there's inherent value to life. Other than what we, like, ascribe to it as humans, but I don't think there's, like, a, like, spiritual level value to it.
I don't know, put me, like, 80.
Right.
I don't think 95, but I think, like... Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks about right.
All right, Clarice, leader or facilitator? Oh, I should leave this here so that people can see what we're doing.
More facilitator.
Yeah.
I can lead,
like
but I
60, 70?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
I can lead and I have led, and people are like, wow, you're a good leader, but I'll never be the first person to kind of like take charge. Like unless there's no one else who steps in. Like, yeah. I won't.
Yeah.
I can and I have. And I've had people tell me that they see me in that light, and I don't understand it.
Yeah.
So I think, 30-70 is pretty close.
Spooter's right. I also believe in absolute free will, and I think that any sort of precognition in terms of free will is nonsense.
What does that mean?
I don't believe that... I don't even believe... Like, modern physics tells us that the universe is actually predetermined, and that things are playing out. We just can't see the, like, reason why it's predetermined. I think that's absolutely nonsense.
That's
I think that
silly. Existence
is just existence. And to try and ascribe any sort of, like, determination to it is folly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go, like, 80% leader.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Like, I'm not 100% in that, like, when I'm an actor, I can follow direction. You know what I mean? Like, I know how to do that stuff.
Yeah.
But I am more comfortable.
It's like you're off in the DM, right?
Yeah.
And I am the person who fills in where the party needs a player. Like,
yeah.
Oh, sure, I will be the cleric if that's what we need, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guard dog, alley cat.
You're a guard dog. Yeah. I don't know what alley cat means.
Yeah, there's only a couple hundreds for me, but guard dog versus alley cat is 1,000% me.
Yeah. What does... Yeah.
I get very defensive very quickly of other people.
Yeah, I don't know what alley cat means.
I don't know, but I think that you're more of an alley cat.
Because I like cats? Like, I don't... I'm kind of
tempted... that was the only reason why...
I'm honestly tempted to leave that one at 50-50.
Sure. You can be, actually, yeah, because you can be very guard doggy. I would almost lean more guard doggy with you. Like, you get very defensive of your friends. More so than you do of yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you would defend, if we go with, like, are you defending others, or are you, like, more self-motivated in defense? I think that you put up with a lot of shit directed towards you that you wouldn't allow to be directed towards the people in your life.
Yeah.
So I'd almost lean you more
Like,
guard doggy.
okay, put me at, like, 60 then. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Compassionate, dispassionate.
Oh, man. Depends on the day. Depends on how much I've been on Twitter.
Yeah.
Honestly. I definitely think I used to be a much more compassionate person.
Yeah.
Because I truly believed that, like, everyone had good intentions. And that everyone had the capacity to be wonderful human beings. And Twitter has definitely ruined my perspective on humanity.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna lean more compassionate.
I definitely agree with that. How far?
Yeah, like 70, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, like here's the thing. I draw certain boundaries for myself where I'm like, I can't listen to this. I need to cut myself off because it's just.
Where would you put me here? I know where I think I am, but where would you put me on this?
I would put you at 80% compassionate.
I was gonna go 85.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I just like.
You can't cut yourself off.
Yeah.
You feel like you have to carry all of the burdens.
I'm a nihilist in that I don't like the direction the world is headed.
Yeah.
But I care very deeply about it constantly.
Yeah.
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 And I do genuinely try and do best by other people.
Yeah. No, I believe that 1,000%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Heart or head?
I definitely lean head, but not hugely. Like, I think I have a lot of heart, but I'm going to go like 65 head.
Giggity.
My head is better than 65%, I promise.
Yeah, I'm going to go the opposite.
You're going, yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would not call myself particularly.
I don't think you're motivated by your intelligent. You are very intelligent, but you're not like motivated by that very often.
Yeah.
I would even go like 75.
Yeah. Yeah.
Heart.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Oh, actually, you know what? That's a good point.
What? Oh. There you go.
There we go.
Nice. Well done.
Flamboyant or reserved?
You?
I think I have to go 100 there, right?
Yeah, I think legally you're obligated to. I don't think you have a reserved bone in your body.
I think I have to go 100%.
Yeah, legally.
All right. Flamboyant or reserved? Weirdly, you're a theater kid, but you have some reserved elements to you.
Do I? What about me is reserved? I'm naked on the internet.
Yeah. There are some ways in which you are reserved, though.
Okay. Well, like what?
You're really bad at flirting. Like, you're not, like, exuberant in that.
Yeah, if you would consider that flamboyant versus reserved.
But flamboyant is, like, of energy, right? You're not, like, big and energetic in that way. You're very social in a way that people gravitate towards. Mm-hmm. But you're not big about it. Like, I wouldn't give you 100% flamboyant. You're you're not loud.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. Put me at like 80%.
I don't even think you're that much, but I'll put you there.
You don't think so?
No, you're not very flamboyant, babe. You're not big. Emotionally. In the way that I am. You know what I mean? I think that sometimes you let that shine through, but I don't think it's very natural to you. I think you're a much more reserved person.
This just kind of sounds like it's feeling like hard on your sleeve kind of vibe.
No, it's not hard on your sleeve. It's like, it's the size of it. Flamboyance is like the bigness of it, right? Like, it's a difference between, like, Sutton Foster, who's, like, incredibly flamboyant on stage, and, like, I'm trying to think of someone who's...
Sarah Bareilles.
Yeah. You know what I mean? I think that you're more
Which is...
Sarah Bareilles than you are Sutton Foster.
See, I would definitely disagree with that. When I saw Sutton Foster on stage, I was like, oh, that feels like kind of more like my vibes. Because she has that like out there awkwardness that is charming.
But she's so big about it.
Yeah.
And you're not like you don't like take up space in that way.
Roland, I don't know.
What?
I don't ask people.
I mean, you're noticed because you're hot.
I don't think that...
No one ever describes you as being a lot.
Well, I think that's because we surround ourselves with other people who are a lot.
Right. We surround ourselves with very flamboyant people.
Like, if we were to go to, like... What do normal people do? Like...
I think that I'm not saying that you would be on the reserved side.
Okay.
But I'm saying that, like, you would be slightly more flamboyant than normal people. But amongst our very flamboyant friends, you are often the least flamboyant.
That is fair. Okay, yeah. I would go, like, maybe, like, 70.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Just because you, like... It's just interesting, right? Like, you're a theater kid, and so you're not reserved.
No.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But but you're right. I am not the most out there of all the theater kids. You know what I mean? Like,
and you get embarrassed by the ones that are. I think that that's what it is. I think that's why I push back a little bit.
You have no shame. Yeah.
Is because when we're all being flamboyant, I do sometimes look over at you and you're going, guys, we're in public.
Yeah.
And you're the person in our group who goes, there are other people around.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
While the rest of us are fucking like doing handstands in the middle of the mall. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. Okay. I'm happy with that.
Ooh, letter of the law, spirit of the law.
For funsies or for realsies?
For realsies.
Because for funsies, it's very fun to, like, be like, here's what the letter of the law is and how can I get around it. I think I'm definitely more spirit of the law.
Yeah.
Like, I think that every circumstance has its own nuance to it. Like
65? More? Less?
Probably more. 75?
Okay.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you?
It's a tough one.
I feel like you're actually more in the middle.
Yeah, I think that I think that I believe in the letter of the law in that it is what we've all agreed to.
Yeah.
I just find the laws frustrating. But I do think it is important to have an agreement on what the laws are.
It's like you're like, here's why we have, like, definitions of, like, war crimes and, like, you know...
there has to be some basis of understanding between people.
Yeah.
And so it's really tough, because I do think I'm very close to the...
I would honestly, leave it 50-50.
I would, like, almost even go, like, 55% letter.
Alright.
Like, I think that I lean, like, almost further letter of the law. I just disagree with... I'm going to go 60. I just disagree with a lot of laws.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Like, I think that it is important for humanity to... And this is why I actually think I'm more letter of law. I think it is important for us to agree on what the laws are so that society functions.
Yeah.
Because if we go completely spirit of the law, it just gets too complicated, and that is where... Here's the problem with going full spirit of the law.
Well, but no, you remember that woman that, like, fucking was being trafficked and then killed, like, her, like...
Yeah.
The person holding her hostage? Letter of the law says that, like, she committed murder, so...
But I think that law is the problem. Because the spirit of the law there is still that murder's bad.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the spirit of the law doesn't change that one more. Do you know what I mean? I think the law is the problem there. Not the letter or the spirit of it.
Okay.
But in the case of letter of the law versus spirit of the law, I do feel like we do need to have like a group understanding of the letter of the law.
Okay.
It's just not as black and white as... but there are laws that I think are the problem.
Sure. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you free-spirited or are you disciplined? You better slide that way over.
See, this one's interesting because I actually don't... I think that I'm very close to the middle on this.
Really?
Yeah, I think that you kind of have to be to do what we do. Like, here's my thing.
But, like, but if you don't have someone else's schedule to adhere to, like, you know, like, we say that we're going to try and get up in the mornings, but when we're left to our own devices, like, oftentimes we're like, oh, God, okay, now we got to get up and we got to go to the gym, and...
I understand that, but also I've put out a One Piece video every Monday and Thursday for 19 months without missing one. I think that I'm disciplined about the things I want to be disciplined about, and the gym to me just hasn't been as much a priority as this channel. But like, if you look at the consistency of Nerdy Nightly, while I was doing a musical full time, and the fact that I have reactions going up on 2 different channels and ran Heroes Without Borders, and got all of that done, sometimes by reacting till midnight on nights when I had a show the next morning, when I was exhausted and didn't have a voice.
Yeah.
Got up, warmed up, did all of the things that I needed to do to have my show. I didn't miss a single show of this run, even when I didn't feel good. I performed on a fucked up knee for like 2 weeks. Like, I have the discipline of my craft. And so it's tough because, like, I've done a lot of... I'm free-spirited in the sense of, like, I like to do a lot of things, and I like to try things, and I'm out there in that way. But I also, like... I do know that, like, if I need to do 8 shows a week, I can have the exact temperament that I need to do those 8 shows. Like, I can do every single thing I need to do to get those 8 shows to be as healthy and perfect as I need to.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And, like, I honestly think I am more disciplined than free-spirited.
Yeah. In
that, right? Like, I think a more free-spirited person would be like, I'm going to post videos when I want to.
Yeah.
Right? The schedule on the channel doesn't matter. We'll just post when I'm feeling like it.
Yeah.
Because we have friends who do that.
Yeah.
And they're very successful. But I'm like, Monday and Thursday's One Piece, Tuesday's Demon Slayer, Wednesday's JJK. We do not miss them.
Yeah.
I will record until 2 o'clock in the morning to make sure that schedule is met. My Patreon videos are up at least a week before. And, like, you know, obviously there's been times where shit's happened and it hasn't happened.
Yeah.
But, like, I am very disciplined in terms of making sure that these channels have the content that they need to keep going.
Yeah.
And so I don't know, it's tough, right? Like, I don't let things...
It's weird because, like, I feel like the nature of our jobs is so free-spirited.
Yes.
But is that what this question means? Like, because, like, you can't, like...
But when I was a waiter... I was the best damn waiter in that restaurant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, when I am doing something, I do it right.
Yeah.
And no one questions my work ethic. And so it's weird because I think my like free time is very free spirited.
Yeah.
I am open to doing anything. My work ethic is very disciplined.
Yeah.
And so I don't know where to put myself on this.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Like, I take my work very seriously.
Yeah.
So, I think I'm, like, right down the middle.
Yeah.
That's
a tough
I grew up
one.
in the dance world. Like, I'm too much of a dancer to ever be truly free-spirited.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh, no, I'll do my exercises.
Yeah.
I also, like, lost 60 pounds in 6 months one time. Because I was like, oh, I don't eat sugar anymore.
Yeah.
I don't always commit to it, but when I am committed to things, I'm committed to them.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't had pop in, like, what, 6-7 years?
Well, but now I have those Zevias.
Yeah, but they're sugar-free pop.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
Yeah. Seth Butler, I agree with you. I don't feel like these two things are opposites of one another. I think that you can be very disciplined and very free-spirited.
Yeah,
Because being free-spirited, like, will I go to an orgy? Absolutely. You know what I mean? I one time was at a party in Brooklyn, and I wasn't supposed to go to the party. I went to this artist's house to get headshots taken of me, and while the headshots were being taken, a bunch of people started showing up. And the guy's like, "Oh yeah, we're having a party tonight." And I was like, "Oh great." He's like, "Do you want to stay and like hang out?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course." Ended up at this house all night doing drugs with these people I just met that day. This woman walked into the middle of the room, put a chair down, took her clothes off. She was wearing a robe. She like took her robe off. Everyone sat down, took out sketch pads, and started to draw her. This party was a drink and drugs and draw. And so everyone was drawing this naked model. So the model and I start talking between her sets. And we're vibing on being artists and all that stuff. And she's like, "Oh, you should go next." And I was like, "Yeah, okay." And so I took my clothes off at this party, sat on this chair in the middle of the room, posed, and just sat there nude while like 45 people were drawing me with charcoal for like 6 minutes. And then I did like 3 different poses over the course of the night. I was naked most of the night in this room, didn't put a robe on between sets, just kind of walked around nude, didn't think anything of it. So like on that end of the spectrum, I'm very free-spirited because like I will do that. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But I also sat there for like a 10-minute pose and didn't move a muscle because it was important to me that I do the poses well. Yeah. And in that end of the spectrum, I'm very disciplined. And so I don't know how to answer this question, so I'm going to leave it 50-50.
Yeah. This one is definitely the toughest one.
Yeah.
Because I also don't know for me either.
Yeah.
I think I'm very disciplined when it comes to things that I enjoy.
You are more disciplined than free-spirited. If I'm 50-50, you lean more disciplined. You, babe, you go to the gym even when you feel like ass. Because
I feel better after the gym. Yeah. Because I have a response and I feel better.
But your discipline makes you feel better. Your commitment to your goals makes you feel better, which I think is a very disciplined way of...
Yeah, but if it's not something that I don't get anything out of personally, I'll fuck around. Like, I'm bad at responding to emails. Like, I was terrible in school because I would leave things to the very last minute because I was just doing whatever the fuck I wanted to do. And so I've made the things that I'm disciplined about things that I want to do, so I'm disciplined about them. But also,
your dedication to your body though is an incredible discipline, babe. It's like an impressive discipline that I'm like jealous of. I wish I had.
And meanwhile, I'm sitting here being like, I am a fucking failure because I never became a dancer and I'm still injured 5 years later.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things where I'm like, I also have no idea how to answer this.
Chloe has an interesting proposition here. I saw this question as what percentage of the time do you do things you want to rather than what you should be doing or vice versa? Not can you be disciplined while doing what you want to do? The problem for us
is that we've made what we should be doing what we want to be doing.
Yeah. 100%. And so it's really difficult for us to answer that question because yes, I'm very disciplined about watching One Piece for my anime channel. Yeah. I love One Piece, and I love making reaction content. I think it's very fun, and I love what I do for a living. It's also what I do for a living. And so when I'm doing Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, it's a musical for kids, I'm very disciplined about being good on stage. Yeah. But also, I love being on stage, and it's my job. Yeah. And so when you make everything that you do in your life things that you enjoy, it's really hard to differentiate those things. Yeah. More extreme example, do you pay your taxes versus going on vacation with the money? I make sure that I have both. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go to... I don't think, like, going to jail is free-spirited. No, like, but we have a friend... Like... No, but we have a friend that I had to convince to go to a financial advisor and do her last 10 years of taxes because she had never paid her taxes before, and she was 30.
Well, and that's why I wouldn't put the slider towards free-spirited... But, I just realized it's flipped for them. So I'm going like this way, but it's actually this way for them. Yeah. I'm not really... I wouldn't go any further free-spirited, but I don't know if I should move it more towards disciplined.
I would say you're more disciplined. But it's what you feel. I've already convinced you to go further on one end, so I don't want to convince you again.
No, but I think that it's more interesting as an open conversation. Yeah. Because, I think for things that I love... and that I, like, hyper-fixate on, I am incredibly disciplined. But it doesn't apply to everything.
I think that if you weren't injured and dance was an option, you would be committed 100% to it. You know what I mean? Like, I think that the thing that's stopping you from that is not your free spirit. It is a physical injury.
Yeah.
And you're getting old now. For that specific career.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
And honestly, like, you make way more money than any dancer we know.
I know. I just, like, you know.
How good are you at doing things you don't want to do, but have to, like, filing your taxes? Do you put them off to the last second? Yes.
Kind of, yeah.
We're both procrastinators.
Yeah.
But
is that free-spirited?
Well, and part of the problem
still
is
gets
that
done.
You and I are intelligent and know ourselves very well.
Yeah.
And so we know exactly how much time things are going to take.
All right, give me, like, 55%. So we're not the exact same.
Obedient, rebellious. Is this in bed, or is this...
My mother tried to get me diagnosed with oppositional defiance disorder when I was younger. So I'm gonna say that I'm not particularly obedient. I will always question why.
Yeah. I think 75 is good.
I think 75 is good. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. You could add in bed after every one of these. Disciplined in bed.
84.
Sure.
I fought with enough directors. One time we were in a rehearsal. This was way back in the day. For Spring Show at Young Canadians, a show that does not matter and has no plot. And we were doing the Pinball Wizard from Tommy, and Mark, the teacher, who I didn't like. Mark and I never really got along.
Mark is...
was like, okay, and now, Brett, you're going to turn around and join the dance. And verbally, in the rehearsal, I went, so the deaf, dumb, and blind character is going to start singing and dancing? And Mark got so mad. We had to have a conversation in the office.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised at that at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you creative or conventional? Yeah.
Like 94?
Sure.
I don't think I'm a very conventional person.
No.
Creatively. I think I like, well, actually, you know what? I'm going to go 90.
All right.
I like traditional structure in storytelling enough that I can't go 100% creative. Okay. I am a believer that here's why. I'm a believer that the best art comes from people understanding the rules of art and using them to tell great stories.
Yeah.
And I think that if you're 100% creative, you're just kind of like, I threw spaghetti at the wall and look at the shapes that I made.
Yeah.
And I think that is actually not, I don't think there's enough convention in that for you to have actually done anything interesting.
Yeah.
And some people will disagree with me, and that's fine. This is a very subjective idea of art.
For sure.
But I do think the best art ever is the stuff where I understand how much understanding the creator had of the rules of art. Right?
Fair.
Like, the reason why Sondheim is so brilliant is because he just understands music foundationally so well.
Yeah.
And he's able to fuck with it.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
No, James Ross. Jackson Pollock understood the foundation of art.
Wait, are we on?
Oh, that one's... Oh, shit, wait. Wait.
Yeah, no, so we gotta flip those. So this one should be...
This one should be 75. And this should be... So your creative is going to be whatever you want it to be. And then mine is 85.
You gotta change.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And then...
And the free-spirited discipline, you wanted at 50.
And then I went with 90. No, I think I went 55.
No, you went 50-50, and I went 55.
Oh, right.
Yeah, oopsie. I knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
I knew this was going to happen.
Thank you for catching that, because that would have been a nightmare. And then this is 50.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
So then how creative are you?
Here's the thing. I feel like I think to be conventional, you have to know what the conventions are, and I don't know.
That's so funny.
Am I wrong, though?
No.
That is code 76. That's how I was able to tell.
Yeah.
Because I know which tab is which. Here's the thing. I think I am very creative. Whether or not it's 100% or not is questionable, because I don't think that I have I don't really think I have many original ideas. But I don't know.
Where do you want to be?
I don't know.
Where do you want to be?
I think you can be conventional unintentionally,
Yeah.
so put me at like 80.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I agree with that. I don't think... I think that sometimes...
Like, I'm very happy with how creative I was with, like, my Keyleth cosplay.
Yeah.
But I don't think that applies to everything that I do.
Yeah, and I do think that you don't... How do I say this? I think that you aren't as driven by creation sometimes.
Sure. Yeah.
Whereas, like, I'm like, I need to do something new. I'm gonna, like, create worlds. Like, I have a book full of ideas. I come to you, like, once a week, and I'm like, I've got a book I want to write. Yeah. And I can explain, like...
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I draw that out of me because that's how I express myself.
Yeah.
In a way where, like, you don't necessarily need to create to express yourself. You can just express yourself in a healthier way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dependable and flexible. This one is weird. I don't know how these are opposites at all. I feel like I am very dependable because I am flexible with my schedule. You know what I mean? Like, this doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
I think what they're saying is, like, are you consistent or are you varied? Right?
I feel like I'm pretty consistent.
Yeah. I think you're very dependable.
Yeah, like, I don't really have, like, mood swings. Like, I don't really change my opinions on things that often. Yeah, this question is a weird one, Atomic. I agree.
There's a couple false dichotomies. Yeah, I do agree. This one is the one that I feel like the problem with this one is that in order to be dependable, you have to be flexible.
Yeah, like if I were going to go into like a group conversation to do something, like I would be very flexible on the structure of what we were doing or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But I'm also very dependable. Like, if we were, like, going to hang out with people, I'm very flexible about what we're going to do. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't see how that's the opposite of dependable at all. Cause
I think I'm dependable because if you're like, hey, can you come help me move tonight? I'm like, yeah, let's figure it out.
Which is also flexible. Yeah.
Yeah.
This has to be a 50-50 one. I really have no idea how I could lean one way or the other.
If say this word was predictable versus flexible, which way would you go?
Predictable versus flexible.
Because that's what they say in chat, and I like that from Grybach there.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like I am also equal parts flexible and predictable. I feel like I'm very consistent.
Which is
but then I'm also open to trying new things and going with the flow.
See, I would lean you more dependable just because I know how good you are at committing to things.
Am I?
I think that you're the glue that holds a lot of those things together.
I don't know. 50-50 is a legit option there. Yeah, I kind of, yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, go 50-50.
It's funny that it's not really how I see myself, but I appreciate it.
I'm going to go definitely more like 70 dependable.
I think you can be a little more rigid.
Yeah, I sometimes struggle with being flexible. Time-wise, I can be very flexible, but, like, ideas-wise, I sometimes need us to commit to something and follow through.
Yeah.
I'm not always great at changing the plan. And that can be one way for me to have struggles socially with people is that I'm not the most flexible person.
And if
honestly, I'm going to go further. I think I'm going to go 80%. I do think that I think that one of my biggest failings and one thing that I'm really working on as a person is being better at not letting my autism get very frustrated when things are changing around me.
Yeah.
And I know that that's a problem. And I'm sorry if that has caused any social rigor with you and me in the past. To anyone who might be watching this.
It's like...
I know there are people who are like, God, like, he just wouldn't let that go. And I wouldn't. And I know that it's something that I'm, like, actively aware of. Yeah. And want to be better about.
Yeah. And I think that if you switch out dependable for predictable as well, like, I think that, like...
I'm very predictable.
Yeah, you have the things that you like. You could eat the same meal every day.
Yeah.
You have your chair that you like, you know? Like,
yeah.
I 100%.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
Ooh, down to earth or head in the clouds. For me.
Here's the thing. I feel like almost, like, the nitpickiness leans you, like, down to earth in a sense. Because you're like...
You think?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Rigid, down to earth?
Yeah.
I don't know how head in the clouds I am. I'm not really a very head in the clouds person.
No, not really. Here's a
like
problem.
Almost at all.
I think head in the clouds, unfortunately, has a connotation of being intertwined with creativity in my brain.
Oh, I don't think that.
But Fuck off, Jesus.
Like, I'm going like 90% down. I'm going to go 95% down to earth.
Go for it.
Because I'm very realistic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not an optimist very often. I don't view the best in people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, chat. No.
I'm a little bit like, what have you done for me lately? Like, I think I'm a very down-to-earth person.
I don't think you're tit for tat, kind of.
All right, down to earth, head in the clouds, Clarus.
I don't know. I definitely am head in the clouds when it comes to, like, time blindness.
I think you're a little head in the clouds because you don't, like, acknowledge what's going on.
What do you mean?
I think sometimes you're, like, a little unaware. And it's an ADHD thing. Where, like, sometimes I think you're a little gone.
Where you will find me standing in a random hallway.
Or even just in a conversation. Where you'll literally be listening and you'll be like, I don't really know where we're at. It's almost like you're like, can you like sum up the last few sentences of this so that I understand what we're talking about?
Yeah, and I feel like I definitely get distracted in that sense. Yeah. So I don't know, I would put me at like 60% head in the clouds.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
It's not crazy. You're not like gone.
No.
But like you're literally a little bit sometimes just like sometimes you're literally like, I was thinking about my cosplay. What?
I'm like, my brain rebooted.
Yeah. That happens to me too, but it's only when I'm like actively reading something and you try and talk to me, and it takes my second brain to like switch from thought to thought.
Yeah.
Things outside the box or colors inside the lines.
I really like coloring books. I don't know. I don't think I have particularly creative solutions to things.
I think that you're very good at coming up with magnets. No, I think that you're good at solving problems by coloring within the lines. Like, I think that you come up with conventional solutions to problems. Whereas I will sometimes go too far in the other direction of like, I have this crazy solve. Yeah. And you're like, babe, there's a simpler way to do this.
Yeah, like I think it would go like 60% though.
Yeah,
Not really much further than that.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah. And for you?
I don't know. I think I would go like 65 the other way.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, actually, I'm gonna go further. I'm gonna go 75.
Really?
I was like, babe, you know how we should launch our D&D company? Let's do 173 straight hours of D&D. What's our charity event this year? We're going to do 8 streams over the course of a month.
Yeah, you know what? That is fair.
You know what? Actually, now that I'm like thinking about this more, I'm going to go 80. 5. I come up with dumb fucking ideas. What's funny is this dichotomy though. Because I think that I think outside the box.
Yeah.
I'm also very realistic about what it takes to accomplish my ideas. Because Eric Wood says, I expect Nerdy to be higher on Head in the Cloud since every other book club comes with crazy new ideas for merch shows that don't always get followed through. It's because I have the ideas. Yeah. And then I sit down and look at them and go, is this a realistic thing that I can pull off or I want to spend money on?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And because I don't do that.
That is fair. Like, we went into Roleplay Relay 1 with the full expectations of what it would mean to host people for a full week.
But it was an insane idea.
Yeah.
All right, tense versus relaxed. This one's tough because I have a lot of anxiety issues.
You're going to need to go
But I'm also,
tense.
like, very relaxed about a lot of things that other people get tense about.
I don't know if that means, like ideas-wise. I feel like that
I
to
think
me
like
seems
75.
physical.
Well, no, I think like 85. Like, sometimes I have, like, I might have an anxiety disorder.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would not be surprised if you came away with an official diagnosis.
I mean, I do. I'm autistic.
I mean,
another diagnosis? Yeah. Tense or relaxed? You're tense.
Yeah.
Especially physically. Like, if it was body, it'd be 100.
I get, like, worked up.
Yeah.
Pretty easily. 70 maybe. I feel like you live in the extremes far more than I do.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I feel like we already knew that.
All right.
I don't know if that's 100%. I've definitely had to make decisions before.
Yeah, you've had to. It's the only time you make a decision is when you fucking have to.
I was like, we're watching Moulin Rouge today. That's a decision. Give me 95. Come on, give me 95. Right. Give me 95.
All right, I'll give you 95.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
What do you want to do for lunch? What do you want to eat today?
Muffins. I made muffins.
I know, they're so good.
They're so good, guys. I made these like protein muffins.
I go like 75 the other way.
Yeah. Although you like to be indecisive to like piss me off to make me decide things.
No.
Because I'll be like, okay, no, where do you want to eat?
And I'm like, I want to have Indian and you can't eat that. Or I want to have Guatemalan and you can't eat that.
I will eat rice.
I want to go to Chipotle. I want to go to Taco Bell.
I will eat rice.
I eat more than you do. Here's the problem. When you're not with me, when I'm by myself, choosing where to eat is the easiest fucking thing in the world. It is hard because feeding you is difficult. And I love you and I will do it for the rest of my life. But the only time I am ever indecisive about where to eat is when we are eating together.
Okay.
I look at a menu at every restaurant in the world and I read the options once and I know exactly what I'm eating. And I will only order that thing every time I go to that restaurant until the end of time, unless I get sick off of it once, and then I'll switch.
Fair.
I have ordered the same thing at McDonald's since I was 11 years old. I've not tried other things on the menu. I don't know what they taste like. They might be better, but I like the Big Mac. I'm not trying something else.
If you ever want to give Nerdy a gift, whiskey. It's old reliable. He's got a drink.
I love whiskey.
He does the whiskey.
The old fashioned.
If you ever need to, for any reason, buy Nerdy a gift, you can always get a good whiskey.
The sweetest thing you can do for me is just buy me a bottle of Jameson. Because I know I like it.
Sure.
You have a little lipstick on your tooth.
Thank you.
Like Jameson is... It's not the greatest whiskey in the world, but God, I know what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I do.
There you go.
Garian, double cheese might be better than Big Mac. No idea what it tastes like. Never tried it.
Doesn't that just mean double, like, processed American cheese?
No idea, because I've never ordered it, because the only thing I've ever ordered at McDonald's is a Big Mac with a large fries, and now I don't drink soda, so I don't get a drink. At A&W, I get the double matzo burger and the sweet potato fries. I don't know the last time I had something else out of A&W. Couldn't tell you. I
switch between the Uncle or the Beyond Burger.
Yeah, there are restaurants where you have different things. I don't. Do you want to know what I've ordered at Tim Hortons every time I've gone to Tim Hortons for like 4 years? The sausage farmer's wrap. Have I tried other things? Yes. Tim Hortons is different because it's like sometimes I'll have a bagel. But
yeah. So here's the thing. The fastest way to ruin any food for me is to put American cheese on it.
Yeah, American cheese is ass.
Or mayonnaise. Either way. You want to ruin something for me permanently? Those are the two things. 100%.
This one is tough for me.
You like stability.
Yeah, but I'm not like 100. You know what I mean? I'm like a 80.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's absolutely valid.
If it's restaurants, though, 100.
Sure.
If you take the one thing I order off of your menu at a restaurant, I just don't come back.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I don't go here anymore.
That's very free-spirited of Nerdy. They're different vibes, okay?
Yeah, but the other side of free-spirited was fucking disciplined. And I'm incredibly disciplined.
Yeah.
I will sit here and record reactions for 6 hours if it's what needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Likes change, like stability. I feel like you like change.
I like when things get shaken up a little bit. Like, I don't really want my life to be the same forever. I like that we travel around and we try new things.
Yeah.
But I truly would put me 50-50 because I think my mental health likes stability in a lot of ways.
I agree
like
with that.
going to the gym in the mornings, you know what I mean? That makes that kind of like pattern recognition helps me manage my ADHD, and so I think honestly truly 50-50.
Great. Ends just planner or spontaneous?
Spontaneous, I think. When we travel...
Neither of us plan.
No, neither
We're not a couple where one person plans and the other, like, goes along for the ride.
No,
we both wake up every day and go, what are we going to do today?
We kind of fuck around. I would go 65.
We still haven't bought tickets to Japan.
I know. I would say 65%.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because I think that there are certain things that we do plan.
I think that you plan. I'm going to go 76.
Yeah, that sounds
maybe
right.
Maybe 80.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely more extreme than you are.
Oh.
In, like, almost every way.
Oh, I knew that.
Yeah. Ends justify the means, honorable actions. I think this is fair given book club. Does anyone in book club disagree with me?
Book club chat. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I'm not a big ends justify the means thing because I don't think that it ever actually works out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really think that works out very well.
Yeah.
For people.
Yeah.
I think what is honorable is complicated, but I'm not really a big ends justify the means guy.
Yeah, I think chat agrees. It's the odium apologist. yeah, that's fair. Sorry.
I don't. No. I don't prefer odium to honor. Honor's dead. Odium's interesting.
Mm-hmm. You also believe revolutionary murder is fine. That ends justify the means.
See, but the problem is I think that's honorable. I think there is I think it is honorable to fight against your oppressors. Like, so I actually disagree with you. I don't think that that's ends justify
I think that that's really tough because any individual's interpretation of what honor is going to be different. Like, can you ever say that murder is honorable? Some people will say yes and some people will say no. Right? Honor in and of itself is too vague of a concept, I think, for this to be a good opposite.
See, here's my problem. I think that ends justify the means is used by oppressive society, top-down people, in order to keep the peace of an oppressive society. And I think that that is the opposite of the honor of fighting for the people who are being oppressed. And I think that that is a very different thing.
Yeah.
And so it's honor. I'm saying honorable actions under my understanding of honor, which is different than other people's, but yeah.
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 Yeah, I think that this is a really tough slider, to be honest.
Yeah, the problem is that I don't think that revolutionary violence is... Yeah, Chloe Root is 100% right. I think revolutionary violence isn't objectionable.
Yeah.
Like... I think that, yeah, it's how you see it, and this is just how I see it. I don't believe in ends justify the means, but I have a very strong sense of what I think honorable actions are. It's complicated, but this is where I'm going. Like, I think that this is a big Wheel of Time spoiler for the end of Wheel of Time.
All right.
But it is the best example of this that I think is consistent with my worldview.
Spoiler in 3, 2, 1, go.
I am deeply troubled by the way in which they use slaves in the final fight.
Yeah.
And I don't think that Matt's actions are justifiable, even though they kind of help save the day. Because you shackled women and made those women die for your cause. I think that using women in bondage as your spear in your fight is not actually a justifiable end to that series.
Right. Okay. I see what you mean.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why I lean really hard the other way, because I had a problem with it, even if it was the only way to survive.
Yeah. No more spoilers.
Spoilers over.
No more spoiler. This will be our end of spoiler.
Yeah.
Indication.
Clarus, ends justify the means, honorable actions.
I don't know. I think we're pretty similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I would go like 90.
Okay.
But I think that ends justify the means is a slippery slope that, again, never ends well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem. I think killing Sadeas is honorable because Sadeas is a murderer who tried to, like, literally kill an entire platoon of soldiers. I see killing Sadeas as an honorable thing, and so that's why this slider is really difficult for me, because it depends on what your view of honor is.
I think Dalinar should have killed him earlier. Atomic Guava, I don't make a lot of promises because I don't make a lot of promises. You know what I mean? And there's a reason for that. I don't promise people things very often because I think that there's a lot of value in promises, and I don't make promises I don't intend to keep.
Honorable would have him on trial if you can guarantee a fair and just trial. But Sadius is a fucking slimeball.
I don't believe in the honor of trials, so I don't necessarily agree with that. Because trials are just society imposing their will upon people.
Judah, thank you for that super chat. Yeah, but killing him then concealing it.
No, it was an ends justify the means. I don't like what Adolin did there. I'm surprised you guys think that I like Adolin's actions there. I feel like I've done nothing but complain about that and how it was handled. Yeah. And that it didn't go anywhere.
Which is why I think I am less over on the slider, because I kind of get what Adolin did. That's why I was like, well, I don't think I'm as far over as you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this one is tough.
Yeah. Playful or serious, babe?
Am I ever serious?
More than me.
Yeah, I guess. I would go like 65.
You don't, like, I'm way more than 65 playful.
Yeah.
Especially backstage at the show, goddamn.
Yeah.
I've done way too much children's theater, so I'm gonna go, like, 85.
Yeah, that checks out. You're serious when we're talking about slavery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's about it. So 15% of the time.
Yeah. Which 15% of book club, unfortunately, is about slavery, because
I think
every one of these books, and Kushil's Dart, we're not free. Although Kushil's Dart is actually, I really like it.
Fascinating.
Guys, I'm so excited for Sunday. Jacqueline
Yeah.
Carey is a goddamn good writer.
Yeah,
her prose is sexy.
We're very, very excited. I do want to say though, like, you know, we were like looking for like kind of like a fun smut book, so I think we're gonna also do another smut book in February.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be February 2nd.
Valentine's Day. So I think we're gonna do the runner-up book for that,
which is the Morning Glory Milking Farm.
Yeah. So we're gonna do that as well. But I'm actually like in a way super glad we are doing Kushil's Dart, because I find it fascinating.
I think it's so good.
Yeah.
I like Kushil's Dart a lot. It is not playful smut. So whoever recommended it, you failed at the assignment, but I'm excited that we're reading the book, so
but
it's
I'm
fine.
Glad. You always tell the truth. I'd put you at like 80%.
You think so?
Yeah. I think our reactions are very indicative of always.
Do you think only 80%?
I mean,
do you ever know me to be dishonest?
Well, it doesn't say dishonest. It says bends the truth. I think you don't always say...
some of my stories are a little exaggerated sometimes, I think. I think that I remember my own stories a little bit grander than they might have actually been.
Like, sometimes you'll be telling a story that I was there for.
Yeah.
And I don't say anything, but I know that it's, like, a little bit aggrandized.
I sometimes tell stories with a little bit of the, like, what's going to make the audience enjoy... Like, it's true,
You tell it like a story.
Yeah.
You are Hoid in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not... I don't lie.
No.
Yeah.
No.
What about you?
I think this is the one where I'm more extreme than you, and I think I go 95% truth.
Yeah.
I really, like, couldn't tell you the last time I, like, told a lie or embellished. I feel like I am very, again, hard on my sleeve, honest. Like, I really don't...
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really fuck around with that. I think that's the one where
I agree. I think you're a very honest person.
Feel like I live in the extreme. I just don't really see a point in bending the truth most of the time.
God, the more of these book clubs I watch, the more nerdy is just a less flippant Hoid.
Yeah, no.
I think why I struggle with him so much.
That's why you don't like him.
I see too much of myself in him.
Exactly.
I'm like, oh no, he's so pretentious, and that means I'm pretentious. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it. I think that I would be a fun world hopper. The only thing is the difference between me and Hoid is that I wouldn't be able to not be involved. If I had that kind of power, I wouldn't be able to hold back.
Yeah.
I would get myself killed.
Yeah. But if you were thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years old, would you be more like Hoid in that sense? Who knows?
Yeah.
You'll never know.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe I would change over time.
Yeah.
Maybe Hoid was just a musical theater kid from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, you know? Likes to take things apart. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Give me like 70% likes to take things apart.
Really?
Yeah, because when I'm editing stuff or putting together content or like scheduling or anything like that, like if I already have half the work done and then I change my mind on how I want it to be, I fucking have no problem just being like, fuck it, and starting over.
Which way do you think I go? Because I know.
I think likes to take things apart. I think you like...
Fuck no.
No? Okay,
If it ain't broke. If it ain't broke, leave that shit alone. If it's broke, I will take it apart. You know what I mean? If something's not working, I will happily take it apart, figure it out, and put it back together. Happily.
Mm-hmm.
But if it ain't broke, I ain't touching that shit. I will only jiggle with it once it is falling apart. And even then, I'll probably get someone else to do it.
Okay.
I am not someone that would take something apart for a 5% improvement.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great sir, I'm not a mattress on the floor guy. I've always had a bed frame. I'm way too tall. Do you know how far away the floor is? A bed frame, just raising the bed up a little bit means I don't have to go all the way to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
It's a real hardship for nerdy.
But the cheapest bed frame at IKEA is this. I bought the same, that $100 matte black one, Malm. I owned it 3 different times.
Yeah.
Because it's the cheapest one and it's just exactly what I needed.
Yeah.
And that's me. I bought the same bed frame 3 times.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I know I like it. It's cheap. And it works. Yeah. I'm 6'4". I can't sleep on the ground. It's just too far to get up in the mornings when my knees are tired.
Are you hotel or camping?
Ooh.
This one's so tough because I think it changes as you get older.
It's not even that. It's that when have we had time to go camping? I fucking love camping.
But
it's such a commitment
too, yeah.
now that we just don't have time for.
I know, this one's really tough. I used to love...
I'm honestly going to stay 50-50.
Yeah, I think I'm honestly going to be 50-50 too.
And we're also so privileged in that we've spent so much time in hotels that I'm kind of over them.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, I
like being home.
I love staying
Is home an option?
Yeah, right. I love staying in a hotel and being comfortable and taken care of. But I also find a lot of joy in pitching up a tent, cooking tinfoil dinners on the fire and hiking around.
But here's my problem, right? I have stayed in the nicest suite in a 5-star hotel.
Yeah.
And I have built a tent out of snow called a Quonset hut and spent a week sleeping in a snow tent without a real tent. And I have loved both of those experiences.
Yeah.
And so it's tough. Obviously I would rather stay in the nicest hotel in the world just because fuck is it nice. But yeah, I'm not really, I don't have a problem with, I'm not someone who gets grossed out by bugs. If I wake up and a bug is crawling on me in a tent, I'm like, whatever. You know what I mean? It just doesn't really faze me.
Yeah.
And so I really do think I'm both.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go 60% hotel, but that's about it.
But yeah, I'll go camping. I'll go to a nice resort. Right?
Yeah.
I'm just kind of either way.
Yeah, I hear you.
Ooh, fencing or boxing? This is an interesting question. I feel like you and I are both fencing people just because we like swords.
I mean, I like swords, but also, I have only, I don't, hit people. I cannot bring myself to hit people, and the only time that I ever, slapped a guy was to embarrass him while he was getting laid.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
While he was getting laid with you?
No, I was at a party and my boyfriend and I went off to go hook up in a room and he deliberately walked in. So I waited till he was hooking up with a girl and I walked in the room and I slapped him across the face.
I've never heard this story before.
That's all there is to it.
What? That's so funny.
Yeah, hey.
Oh my god, that's so mean. I love it.
I'm not very mean very often.
Oh, I love you so much. So you want to go fencing then?
Yeah, I can't. No, that is the one and only time.
You don't want to punch someone ever.
Here's the thing. I've been interested in taking a boxing class, but I actually know that it would be an active thing that I would need to get over. So I'm gonna go 95%.
Okay.
But yeah, that is a thing that I did that, like, you know, I don't know if I would do now, but I'm not mad that
I gotta go. I've been in enough fights. I know what it's like to get punched, but I really enjoy fencing and sword fights. So
yeah.
I've studied a lot of swords, different kinds of sword combat. Like, I have certificates in rapier and dagger combat, knife combat, unarmed combat, and I have studied sword and buckler, quarterstaff, and broadsword. So, like, for me, like, I'm a big weapons guy, and so it's a kind of
no. I hear you 100%.
I've punched people in the face.
Thank you, Roland. Appreciate it.
I've broken some noises.
Some noises?
Some noises.
Mm-hmm.
Artistic versus scientific. Well, last week I said that
I don't think you
uranium wasn't a metal.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go 100% artistic. I think that I'm so artistic that I think I'm scientific. But I'm not. You go
so far one direction that
I believe I'm the other, but I'm actually not. I wouldn't go 100% because I do actually enjoy science. I'm gonna go like 80. But I think I'm far more. Yeah, I'm gonna go 80.
Yeah, like I think you.
I enjoy math enough that I can't go 100%. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even though I'm an artist professionally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nerdy wants to be scientific. Neither of you have any right to be scientific. Well, I'm very well aware. I don't know how the world works. Like, truly. So I think you can go put me at 100.
I'm not bad at science. I just haven't taken any... I haven't been in class. Like, here's the thing.
There has just been so many times when book club tells you that you are so wrong.
Sure, but I have an interesting theory.
Okay.
Other people just know what the truth is.
Theorizing is artistic.
I think that the reason why I can't go 100% artistic is because when I was taking science in school, I was very good at it.
Yeah. No, you know I would agree. Like, I don't think you're 100% artistic.
If I needed to go study something and, like, take a physics course, I could. I'm just not actively doing that, so I'm just guessing based on my understanding of the world.
Claris can divide art by 0. That is correct.
Yeah. Book smart, street smart. Ooh, I am gonna go, like, 75% book smart.
Yeah. I don't know if I go that far over, but
for you or for me?
For you, I might. But if that's what you think, I would put you more. Yeah. I think that you have knowledge on, like, a vast variety of things, but I think that
But it's because I read a lot.
Well, but I also think that your street smarts are a little bit better than maybe this gives credit to.
I don't think so. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely think I'm really good at reading a book and then taking a test on it.
Gotcha. I mean,
that is something that I'm very...
Except that Tuan is black, you know what I mean?
Book smart or street smart, you fucking mooks.
I'm very street smart.
Yeah.
Book smart is not... If it doesn't interest me...
Like 80?
Yeah. We'll go with 80.
Yeah, I agree with that. Paladin or rogue? Oh, we're almost done.
Oh, wow. For me, oh god. I don't know. I feel like I have a very strong sense of right and wrong.
I know the problem with Paladin to me is that, like, it's so religiously connotated.
Yeah, I'm taking the religious aspect out of it. Like, I think I have a strong sense of right and wrong, and I don't feel like I'm very roguish.
Yeah.
Even though I love the rogue aesthetic. Don't get me wrong. Sneaking around with daggers strapped to my thighs is great.
Where do you want to be on here?
Like, 75? 70? Sure. 70.
Let's do the last 3 and then we'll do my last 3. Competitive or casual?
Okay. My phone is giant. It's
a huge phone.
It's too large. It's why I have a handle to grab on.
Because you actually can't hold it.
Because I literally am like, my hand doesn't fucking wrap around this. Oh, I think I pressed the volume button.
Sir Jimmer says, I understand book versus street smarts, as in you're in a new place. Where would you get information about the place? You don't know to ask around. So Jimmer, I'm going to Japan in April, and so I'm doing Duolingo every day to make sure that I know enough Japanese to get around, which is why I think that I'm book smart.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh, I'm going to Japan in 4 months. Let's try and learn as much of the language as possible.
Yeah. Am I competitive or am I casual? I'm competitive. I feel like am not very honest about that sometimes with like myself, but I think I'm more competitive than I like to be. Like, let's go 70. I don't know.
Right.
I definitely have a competitive streak, but in a way that sometimes I'm like not like proud of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think 70.
Transparency or need to know?
Huh?
Transparency or need to know?
What does that mean?
Like, do you think that information should be shared, or do you think that you should only share information that other people need to know?
Depends on the person. Like, if I'm like, you can't handle this.
Yeah.
Then I'm not going to put them
in general,
a position.
Do you think that the government should be honest with the population, or do you think that they should keep things back?
Yeah, I think more transparency, for sure.
How far?
Again, y'all are naked on camera. Yeah, that's like... You know what? I feel like if we're going by like our content especially, like I'm gonna like 85%.
Right.
I'm not trying to hide shit. Like, whether
We've
or not...
openly talked about we've openly been like, yeah, we're gonna, a girl's coming over for a threesome tonight on book club.
Yeah. I think...
We're so weird. Why are we like this?
Yeah. No, I think that's actually pretty accurate. All right, let's do yours.
No, you have to say the words.
Oh, that's hilarious. Wait, we're going to reveal mine before yours, but people wanted to see yours first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nerdy tells us too much. I know. Paladin or rogue? Here's the thing. I think that I would be a really good rogue. Like, I'm a really good thief. When I had a klepto phase when I was 13, I stole so many video games that I got both of the managers of the Sony store in South Center Mall fired.
But then you got caught once and you got a talking to and you never ever did it again, which I think is way more Paladin's.
Technically, I got caught twice in the same week, and I was like, I got away with it. It was more about the consequences than it was. It doesn't matter.
I don't know. I think that you also have a strong sense of right and wrong.
Paladin. I think that when I was a kid, I was very roguey because nobody liked me. Now that I have friends and everyone doesn't bully me here's the thing. When I was getting bullied every day and I really felt like I had no friends and I was very depressed, I was very roguish because I just hated everybody. And now that I have people that I love and I feel like I have a lot of power in my life, I do feel like I'm more Paladin now.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to go like 80% Paladin.
Damn, all right.
But, like, you know.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah. Competitive or casual? Where would you place me on this?
Competitive.
Yep. Transparency, need to know. We
don't play Monopoly.
I can't not put transparency at 100%.
I don't think there's a thing that you've ever hidden.
I'm so honest that people actively ask me not to be. Like, sometimes people are like, I just don't need to know this about you, man. And I'm like, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I get that. All right, shall we say the words?
Life before death, strength before weakness, journey before destination. Hey!
All right, yeah, that checks out.
I'm shocked. 0%.
Protecting those who cannot protect themselves.
Windrunner, Will
Never
Shaper.
Never seen that coming.
This makes sense. Honestly, I thought Will Shaper was, there was a good chance.
Yeah.
Stoneward, Skybreaker, Edgedancer.
Yeah.
Truth Watchers.
Wow, you weren't even close to Bondsmith. Sorry, babe.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be good for it. Elf's Collar, I'm not really a liar.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Lightweaver is even this high.
I'm not. The creativity.
I thought Edgedancer would be a lot higher.
Okay, interesting. Honestly,
I'm not that surprised by any of this.
Yeah, no, that checks out.
Your top one was 80% Sir Jimmers? That's crazy.
That is strong. All right.
This doesn't surprise me, though, because I genuinely think that, like, if I was in this world, I would protect people like that.
Yeah,
and I think that me railing against slavery the way that I have for 3 years on this podcast is so evident in what I believe in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I really do care.
Yeah. Yeah. Chloe says the blurbs have good lore.
Like, wait. Good lore or...
There's no spoilers in this test.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Windrunner gives you access to surges of adhesion and gravitation. We knew that. Adhesion allows you to bind things together. Gravitation allows you to change the direction and strength of an object's gravitational attraction, including that of yourself, which essentially gives you the power of flight.
Hell yeah.
Windrunners are primarily scouts, though they often work as special forces groups, able to deliver teams of radiance behind enemy lines for secret missions. The Order tends to attract big sibling types.
No, you can't see. No.
Who want to look out for the defenseless, but also those who enjoy action and want to fight for what they believe in. Windrunners tend to be the most like conventional soldiers, believing in structures of command. Well, team dynamics, yes, and the importance of a squad of brothers and sisters. I do agree in that. They tend to have large numbers of squires than other orders and focus more on any other order on mastering their weapons. It just works. I get it. This is the most... Of these orders, this is the most like me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So I'll take a photo of this, and I'll put that in that channel.
Yeah, I saw that we have a whole channel for it now, which I love.
Clark, say the words.
Life before death, strength before weakness, journey before destination. Big money, big money.
Wait, really?
Wait, what? 71%?
Equal on Windrunner and Lightweaver.
Damn, that's pretty sick. I'll take that. Damn, I was even closer to Bondsmith than you were.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. You would be better at bringing people together than I am.
I guess maybe. Wow, that seems wild to me.
I love that Else color is 25%. Like, you're so far from being Yasna. It's crazy.
Oh, no, I'm not like Yasna in the
but
slightest.
like, the fun thing is, like, Lightweaver and Else color share a surge. And, like, Lightweaver's so high up and Else color's so far down.
True. 50% Bondsmith is really high, actually.
That's wild.
Well, I guess I'm a more special boy than you are.
Yeah, but the fact that Windrunner, Lightweaver, you are Kaladin and Shallan.
Like literally
that's wild.
equal. That's so fun! Cryptics and Honorsmen fighting over clevers. I would start wars. The Greeks would go to war over this profile.
Let's go, Windrunners.
That's very fun.
Look at us shocked that we got the main character one.
Yeah. Okay, I'm super curious. Is this a surprise to people? I'm
not surprised that I got Windrunner.
You think 20? I got minus 15%. That's wild.
Wait, you can have a minus?
Yeah. Some people are saying they got like minus 5% on Bondsmith or something.
That's wild.
Yeah, I get 2 Spren. I am the most special boy.
You're twinborn.
I'm yeah. All right, I'm genuinely curious. Is chat surprised or not?
You're gonna set up. It's already been 2 hours 40 minutes, and we have to do the thing. So can you please set up the PowerPoint that you made, and I'm gonna go pee.
All right.
We did one casting together this time. We didn't do 2 separate ones. So
yes, we have one cast list that we worked on.
Just open it on here, and it'll still be there.
I guess I surprised people, but you are not a surprise.
I'm not a surprise.
You predicted Lightweaver for me? Okay. Here's the thing. If I was to be like, who do I think I am before taking this quiz, I feel like I would have said either Windrunner or Lightweaver, but then I would have felt silly because they're like the 2 main characters, and I would have been like, well, am I just self-inserting myself as the protagonist of this show? Should probably read the blurb. How do I read the blurb for Lightweaver? Like, can I click it? I mean, I kind of got different, but only because I got 71%, like, equally. Lightweavers are artists or else colors. I am so not a scientist. Yeah, 100%. I don't actually know if I can, like, read the Lightweaver blurb. There's a link if that order doesn't... Oh, here we go. Wait. I want to open that in a new link so that I can take a photo of this. Open link in new tab. Okay. Oh, Simon, you were so close to 69%. I will seek self-mastery. No. I will remember. Here's the thing. I could never be an edge dancer. I can't remember shit. Okay, I will speak my truth. Lightweaver oaths are an oddity, perhaps because their own spren tend to be the oddest among all Radiant spren. Instead of speaking specific words or even words along a certain theme, Lightweavers speak truths about themselves, things they must admit to themselves in order to progress as people. I've done a lot of self-reflection, so that checks out. I feel like I'm reading my horoscope. It is theorized that because Lightweavers live on the line between reality and fiction, it is important for them to be able to separate the real from the lie, and only with the proper ability to do so can they move forward. Yeah, that's fair. Lightweavers are the Radiant's most interested in the arts. Yes. Including all kinds of visual arts and theater. Yes. They range widely in personality, from the quiet and introspective painter to the outgoing and gregarious stage performer. Damn. With everything in between. What unites them is a love of art, although there are some few who are more interested in the intrigue, secrets, and espionage. They are the spies of the Knights Radiant. I honestly think I would make a bad spy. But it'd be fun. Often untrusted by others, such as Skybreakers, for the love of subterfuge. They have a reputation for having looser morals than other orders. That might be true. But the Lightweavers are quick to point out that their personal values are strong. Yeah. My personal morals are what drive me. You want negative 17%? Damn. How do you get negative percentages? That's interesting. They don't feel the need to match what more hardline orders tend to be about. They can be vague with the oaths, and many say is far more cultivation in them than honor. I would agree with that. Others, despite this saying all orders have an equal mix, despite some spren naming themselves honor spren, Lightweavers tend to be free spirits. See, I had a tough time with that question, but many among the order see the importance of entertainment, beauty, and art in a person's life and strive to make sure that the world doesn't just live through the desolations, because mere survival isn't enough unless there's something to live for. Yeah, that's fair. That is valid. 100%. Very cool. I will be there when I'm needed. Interesting. That's so fun. That was very cool. I'm very glad that we did that. This was a fun experience. And I liked that the questions were not simple. Like, sometimes when you do those, like, sorting quizzes and shit like that, you're like, well, obviously it's this. Okay, I'm going to turn off the window capture for the moment, just because, wait, and I'm going to move us down here for the presentation. Buckle up, y'all. We've got a cast list to analyze. This should be interesting. Okay, how do I, like, open this? How do I make it, like, full screen? Join a call? No, that's not it. Show all comments. How do I full screen this? Do I, like, click on it? No. Do you know how to full screen the presentation? I can't remember. I'm also going to go pee again, so you can set it up.
What were you doing that whole time?
I was reading my thing. I literally read the blurb.
What did you do over here?
Over where?
Why'd you turn the window capture off?
So they couldn't see ahead.
Oh, okay. Shit. Hey everybody, how we doing? How we doing? Chat, you good? Y'all good, chat? Okay, here we go. Stormlight fan casting for fun only by Claris Polaris and Nerdy Nightly.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
Zeth, son Villano, truthless of Shinovar, wore white on the day he was to kill a king.
And he will be played by Austin Butler.
Yes. Mostly because why didn't you put in the Fade Routha image of him bald?
Well, because it just looked weird, because it was, I could only find, like, ones from the actual movie where it was, like, black and white, and I was like, eh. You have been Duned! You're welcome!
This is the only Dune person, though.
It's...
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think
we
he'd be
did
great.
not put Timothy Chalamet.
I think he would be great. I think that he would commit harder than anyone else.
Oh, 100%.
He can clearly do action.
Yeah.
He showed that in Dune.
Yeah.
And I think that listening to him say Sword Nimmy over and over and over again would be really funny.
Yeah, okay.
Bald and white checks out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this works for me.
No, I'm actually like really happy with this. Here's the thing, Tithanis, by the time they start filming, he would be older.
He's like 35. Like, he's not young.
Yeah. I picture Zeth like early 30s, honestly.
Yeah.
So yeah, Austin Butler as our first casting.
Zeth Sansan Villano.
These are in no particular order. They are in the order that I wrote them down in.
Hoid, played by Taika Waititi. Because it just makes sense. He's ethnically ambiguous enough that he fits in everywhere.
Exactly.
And he is sort of ageless.
Yep.
He's a weird creature of...
Yeah. Yeah,
he's just kind of perfect for it.
Thank you. I'm glad. You know what? I'm glad you agree. Here's the thing. I think that he also would be similar to Hoid in a way that he would like hate, and he'd be very good at balancing that. You know what? Right?
Yeah.
See?
He's also hot,
Mm-hmm.
and Hoid needs to be kind of hot.
Yeah, because we want him to be.
Kaladin from the One Piece television program would be mocking you. Because the boy's broody.
He's so broody.
He's young. He does action really well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think finding people that were age appropriate was actually really hard.
Yeah.
Like that are around like 20. Look, he's hot. His hair's all messy from wind running or whatever.
Yeah.
I can see the girls being like over him and like still like making fun of him for it.
And honestly, like One Piece is one of the biggest things in the world right now.
Yeah.
Views wise.
Yeah,
I think that like he's a legitimate opportunity.
Yeah.
He's a legitimate opportunity both for the movie to capitalize on his success and also on for the movie in terms of his fame right now.
Yes. If you're trying to like, you want to bring in different audiences, not just the people who already like Stormlight. And I think you put a bit of scruff on him and he's a bit more rugged. I think he would slay this. If you haven't seen the live action One Piece,
he's really good.
Genuinely fantastic. I loved it.
Sylphrena is Ella Purnell.
Yeah. Because you want to sell tickets. She's the hot shit right now.
We're also just kind of obsessed with her. I'm
obsessed with her. And I think her poking fun at Kaladin, I think that Ella Purnell would bring the right energy for Syl.
Yeah.
That naivete that she's very good at.
She's also...
So far, chat's on her side, and I love to see it.
Shallan. Haley Steinfeld.
Haley Steinfeld. She's half Asian, so you kind of have the, like... Yakoved side being...
Umang saying I expected Steven Yeun for Kaladin. Steven Yeun is like 43.
He's like 42? Yeah.
We tried to find people who are almost age appropriate.
We definitely tried to keep ages in mind, for sure. No, we are not just casting Arcane.
Oh, right, because
I know,
Ella Purnell
ends.
Yeah. It's funny because I think of Ella Purnell mostly from Fallout now.
Me too.
Like,
100%.
Her performance in Fallout is so good.
Yeah.
And I don't think of the voice actors as much.
Yeah.
Haley Steinfeld is very talented. She's also like half Asian. And Yakoved is sort of like adjacent to Alethi. And so we kind of liked that.
Yeah, I think she looks good as a redhead. I found like...
She can do action really well.
Yes.
She's also kind of a brat. She's also funny. Like
her
in Hawkeye is sort of Shallan energy.
100%. Yeah. And she's like kind of very like youthful, bubbly. But I think honestly has the talent to portray the I'm fucked up in the head and I'm not well.
She's also a big enough star to like sell the Shallan not being as big a part of the main plot, but will be later.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
You're like okay, this girl's gonna be very important. Yeah.
Pattern. Kate Redding.
Yeah,
it's just Kate Redding doing the voice because it has to be Kate Redding.
No one else can say no.
We forgot to pull a photo, but it's Kate Redding.
I purposely the voice people. I just was like,
okay.
Yeah.
We wanted to honor her work on the audiobooks and what she means to the community.
Yeah.
And also, like, you don't really like someone will do the motion capture when they're in Shadesmar, but that's not very much work. So having Kate Redding, no mating, just keeping that consistent.
Yeah. That needs to be Kate Redding. There can be no other. There is no other option.
Dalinar is Daniel Henney.
Yeah.
Daddy Danny from The Wheel of Time.
Seen The Wheel of Time show. He's also on Criminal Minds, which I found out when Criminal Minds was just like on my TV. I used to love that show. Daniel Henney should be number one sexiest man alive right now. But I think he can do that ruggedness.
He also has the body at his age to convince me that he could be the Blackthorn.
Yes.
You know what I mean? He's aging in a way where you're like, oh yeah, that guy's fought for years.
Yeah. 100%. I think he can bring the gravitas for sure.
Garen says he's too young looking for Dalinar. Dalinar's only like 50.
Yeah. Like
Dalinar isn't 70 years old. He's not that old, right?
No, yeah.
And that's a problem. Like, Dalinar and Sadeas feel like they're these, like, elder statesmen, but they're actually
he's not even 50, I don't think.
They're not that old.
Adolin is 22.
Yeah.
And Dalinar probably had him when he was in his mid-20s, so he's probably not even 50.
And so,
I don't know.
Yeah, like, Dalinar is...
Yeah.
Dave Bautista's good casting. I just, he's not... I don't know if that he's even 50.
Yeah. Daniel Henney does have the butt to play Dalinar. That is true.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
He also has the chops. Like, I every time Daniel Henney's on stage, I find him very electric, and I need Dalinar to have that presence.
That is the one thing about Dalinar that I think is the make or break, is the imposing quality that you have when you enter a room that he, I think, did with Lan very well. Like, I think that's the most difficult thing to find in a performance and an actor.
Yeah.
So that is why I cast him, and also he's got a good butt.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Navani.
Lucy
Liu.
Yeah. I mean, look at it. Just...
God.
Need I say more?
Daniel Henney would be so lucky to have this woman try and seduce him for a whole movie.
Truly.
Right?
Yes. Like, yeah. He is what we all wish that we were, honestly. Perfection. There. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was the immediate, like, it has to be this person and no one else.
I think Michelle Yeoh is too old now.
Is a little bit, yeah.
Sandra Oh would be good, Max Hunter.
Sandra Oh is almost as old as Michelle Yeoh, though.
Is she?
No,
she's contemporaries with Lucy Liu.
No, I'm pretty sure Sandra Oh is like 50.
And Lucy Liu's also in her 50s.
Is she? I thought she was a couple years younger.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
For Evie, Elle Fanning, just to really, like, have the disparity between the, like, different countries.
Yeah, the blondness, the fairness, like I think, like, having that as Evie is so othered in the perspectives, like, by the other women of the Alethi, and even in Dalinar's eyes. Like, I think that she kind of has to have this, like, really youthful, like, innocence to her in a lot of ways, but also be commanding. Yeah. And blonde. she has to.
And also only appears in the flashbacks.
Yeah.
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 Yasna. Gemma Chan.
Yeah.
I think it's Chan.
Yeah. Look at it's the red lips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lucy is 3 years older than Sandra Oh.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm wrong.
Yeah, so Yasna is Gemma Chan. This just makes sense.
She is the perfect vision of Alethi beauty with the red lips and the long dark hair.
She just have to wear icon. There's going to be so much contact work on this movie. It's going to be weird. But
the contact lenses are going to be interesting.
Anna Sawai was our other option. We went back and forth.
It was a tough call between the two.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I honestly feel like I don't know what it is, and maybe it's because I'm picturing her from Shogun. I feel like she is more youthful, and I think she needs to have a distinct maturity difference from Shallan.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is why we went with Gemma Chan. Yeah.
Elhokar is Manny Jacinto.
Yeah.
I think that he'd be great at playing sort of the, like, two-sidedness of Elhokar.
The, like, sad boy.
Yeah.
But also the regalness, I don't know.
You need a really Elhokar's a tough role, and you need a really talented actor to pull it off. And we just thought Manny Jacinto, given what he pulled off in The Acolyte, but he also has, like, the comedic timing, and I think Elhokar does kind of need to be funny.
Yeah, you have to add a bit of levity to it.
The scene where Elhokar is drunk, crying to Kaladin about not being a good king.
Yep.
Manny Jacinto would fucking crush that scene.
Yep. I want him in this. Just Just for that moment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That anything else fine. Whatever. Or the moment where he's like about to say the words.
Yeah.
Like I think his eyes are so expressive, like the emotion I'm getting fucking chills.
I didn't cry
it.
when it happened in the book, but if Manny Jacinto acted it out in front of me, I think I would cry.
Yeah.
I think Manny Jacinto would crush it. I love him. I want to see him in more stuff.
To Thanos, I would love to recommend The Good Place.
Yeah, watch The Good Place.
If you haven't watched it as a TV show, it has the most perfect ending of a TV show that I have ever seen in my entire life.
It's one of my favorite TV shows ever made. Yeah. It's 4 seasons, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it is a tough acting role, Skip Cat.
For Adolin, we have Ross Butler.
Yeah.
Look at that smile. He's so cute.
Yeah.
He also has
he's got
abs on abs on abs on abs.
He's got abs, and he's got a really cute but also punchable face.
He looks like he cares a lot about his clothes.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. 100%. Look at that hair.
He's just so coiffed.
Uh-huh. Yeah. 100%.
The Good Place, Swizz.
The Good Place, is highly recommend. Yeah, no.
Bortles. No, Ross Butler is very talented, and very handsome.
And also has that ease,
he's
easy
also like
charisma.
6'4". He's tall. Yeah.
He has that easy charisma that Adolin has to have. Adolin has to be a likable character by everybody, and I think that he could absolutely pull that off.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'd made this together.
Yes. We're not trying to convince one another in this one. We're just pitching our idea to chat, basically.
For Renarin, we chose Ryan Potter.
Yeah.
Very talented actor. Has sort of has a very soft... Henry Golding is way too old, Umang.
37.
Yeah.
Henry Golding is 37.
We were trying to find people who could conceivably make 5 movies before they turned 45. You know what I mean?
And that was it. Literally finding age appropriate people was tough.
Ryan Potter has a very soft energy on screen. He's a very talented actor, and I think that he could play the distance that Renarin feels from other people socially really well.
Yeah.
I think he's a very talented actor, and I just his energy feels like he would crush. Watching Ryan Potter act out the scene where Yasna's about to kill him, and he's just staring down at this corrupted Spren, would kill me.
Yeah.
And I love that.
Yeah.
For Sadeas, we chose Louis Tan. He's in the Mortal Kombat movie.
Yeah.
Recently.
Which, the movie was fine.
But he is so good in.
Yeah.
His physical action on screen is incredible. He is a very, very off-putting presence on screen sometimes.
Yeah, I just want to smack him.
And I think that next to Daniel Henney, their energy against one another would be really interesting.
Yeah.
I like Louis Tan a lot.
And physically, he looks like, soldier or general type. He's in the Deadpool movies, too.
Yeah,
that
he's
is correct.
Shatterstar. Right?
Yeah. Different vibe, different vibe.
I think that he is... I think that he just plays a lot of things well.
James Ross, there's nobody in Hollywood like that.
Bulbous and Red Nose?
I'm sorry. That's not... that is just...
Sadeas is buff, though. Sadeas is still a shard bearing. The problem with this is, in order to buy it, all of the shard bearers are going to have a certain level of physical ability. Because we still watch Sadeas fight on the battlefield in Shardplate. Yeah. And so I think that Sadeas not having sort of shard bearer physique would be weird to the audience.
Yeah. He's
a little bit older. He plays darkness very well.
Mm-hmm.
I think the scene with him and Eli where they're plotting and he jams the sword through this table would be where Louis Tan convinces the audience that he's Sadeas.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the darkness in his eyes when he shoves that shard blade through the table is something Louis Tan would destroy.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
We just ripped these from my
Mistborn casting.
No,
or Warbreaker casting.
Yeah, because obviously Zahale is Vasher. That is just facts. And so I'm bringing this back. Oscar Isaac as Zahale.
Yeah.
Because he's again, ethnically, not the most distinct. Because no one really comments on Zahale being, super fucking white.
Yeah.
But, the physicality of it and the old man vibes of the, I think he could just pull off so well.
Yeah.
And which means that Azure, again, is sorcerer.
Because this was your Vivenna
yes.
choice from...
Yes, this was my
Warbreaker.
Vivenna choice from Warbreaker. She would stand out, for sure, in this world. But, fuck it. I still think she's been great.
Duned again? Oh, yeah, we have been Duned. Yeah, he's, in the first Dune. He's,
No, you're right.
Because of the rules of voice acting in Hollywood, Alan Tudyk has to be in the movie.
Yeah.
And so Nightblood will be voiced by Alan Tudyk.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's, yeah. Legally, we were obligated to include this one.
Yeah. It's always actors they recently watched. That's true.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it can't be not recent, because in those movies that they were not recently in, they were not the right age. Like, you gotta factor that in. It has to be something recent and relevant.
Like, we debated about, like, Stephen Yeun for so long, but he's just too old to, like, to be a legitimate casting option. He's too old to play a 19-year-old. You know what I mean?
Yeah, even though he has the boyish energy, and none of the adults that are of the right age have that kind of energy that he brings. Honestly,
Stephen Yeun, like, could be a great Sadius, realistically, age-wise, but Hollywood wouldn't cast him as that.
No, yeah.
But yeah, Alan Tudyk would be fun for the voice of Nightblood.
Yeah.
For Eshonai...
Eshonai is Gwendolyn Christie.
Yeah.
Because she's going to be in war form or storm form, like, most of the time, and they gotta have the imposing physique. And so I think she would absolutely fucking demolish this role. She would eat and leave no crumbs.
Yeah.
Like,
100%.
I love her. I think she's phenomenal. I think these two pictures... Oh, we're kind of covering one of them, sorry. But you get the idea.
You've seen Game of Thrones.
You get the idea.
Mercer for Nightblood. Matt Mercer for Nightblood is an interesting idea, too. I like that.
Yeah, for sure.
He's the other must-be in everything.
Yeah.
For Venli,
we're covering the photo.
Not really based on the first book, but really for, like, where she goes in the later books. Yeah. Venli, as Zazie Beetz, has the chops to become what Venli becomes throughout the series.
Yeah.
And she's talented enough to lead that, and I think she'd just be wonderful at it.
I think she could really play the, like, kind of selfish, like, devious, like, energy in the beginning, and then the realization of, like, maybe I fucked up, and maybe this is a bad situation.
Yeah, I mean, she's absolutely incredible in everything, and I think this would be a great role for her.
Yeah.
The Stormfather. This one is mostly for me as a deep lover of Transformers, and his voice is Optimus Prime. I think that Peter Cullen... I know this one's kind of unrealistic, because I know that Peter Cullen's voice is starting to fail him a little bit, and it makes me very sad. But Peter Cullen, like, Prime Peter Cullen as Stormfather... If it was, like, the final Peter Cullen voice on screen, I think that, like, he's just such a legend. He's been such a huge part of my life.
Yeah.
And I love him, and I think that he would be great here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I can hear it now in my head. Cultivation would be played by Simone Ashley, who... Like, look, if you're not into, like, Bridgerton, like, I totally understand that.
Yeah.
But her performance in it, I thought was incredible. She has this, like, this sense of maturity and almost otherworldliness that I think she would crush. Here's the thing. We've only seen Cultivation in one scene so far. But I thought that this would be a really fun challenge for her and a breakaway of the stuff that I have seen her do recently. And she'd just be mommy. Yeah. You know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah. She is mommy. I don't know what it is. I think it's that, like, just her presence. Yeah. Feels like a goddess. Mm-hmm.
For Odium, Hiroyuki Sanada. Just because it's Hiroyuki Sanada.
Yeah.
Watching Dalinar have to deal with this conversation would be an imposition.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was on my favorite TV show of the year. Yeah. Obviously in Shogun. His performance was remarkable. And as someone who not sure if I'm not on Team Odium, you know what I mean? I want to be teased. I want Odium to feel like someone that you could legitimately follow, and I feel like I would follow Hiroyuki Sanada anywhere.
Yeah.
And so
I could see people being convinced by him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the problem, Arzu. Taravangian has to come across as, like, weak at times, and I don't buy that from this man at all. I just, he's too much on screen. And he probably has the range to do that.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
like, when we get to Taravangian, you'll see we went with a very different vibe for Taravangian.
Yeah, you'll see. It'll all come together. The vision will come together.
We needed someone who could be like, who has enough presence to play God. And it's tough. Morgan Freeman has done it.
Yeah,
so.
he already got the job elsewhere. So
Taravangian. Ki Kwan.
I'm proud of this one, honestly. And if you disagree, I don't want to fucking hear it. All right, because I think he would be so good.
Taravangian has to be both lovable and also brilliant. Yeah. And if you watch Anything All at Once, he's already done everything. He's already played every character.
He's literally done it all.
And I just think that he would crush it.
Yeah. And I've always read Taravangian as a little quirky.
Yeah.
Like, that's just how he comes across to me. I think he's a good age range wise, especially if this continues on for several years. Yeah. Right? I think he would be so good.
And he has the charm. Because Taravangian has to have...
He has to be likable.
Can you imagine, Ki Kwan in the room when they're like, so tell us about the shard plate. And he's like, oh yeah, we made that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's good.
He has the comedic, he's an Oscar winner, so you get to put Oscar winner Ki Kwan, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he'd be perfect.
These words are accepted. Yeah.
For Isodan, Avantika Vandanapu, because she's also like a different from the Alethi kind of nobles.
Yeah, I was trying to diversify with the casting a little bit.
And she was in the Mean Girls musical movie.
She was. I want to see her be a little evil.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't get much, right?
It's really one scene, but her being really evil and hot sounds really fun.
That is why I put her in here, is because I would like to see her be evil and hot, and that I have no other reasoning. Yeah. Yeah.
For Amaram, we chose Gong Yu from Squid Game.
And Train to Busan.
Yeah. He's a little older than the Kaladin, and his performance in Squid Game is, like, inspirational to me. I
can't believe he's, like, 40.
And so we think he'd be a really fucking killer Amaram.
He also has that, like, I give off the image of perfection with a deeper undertone.
Yes, 100%.
That is a little menacing.
Yeah.
Right? You see the vision, don't you? Yeah. He can be a little bit evil. You're welcome. Okay?
I think he's so talented. I think Train to Busan is like one of the best movies ever made.
Yeah. Blown away by that movie. Holy shit.
Considering the range, him going full bad guy at the end of Oathbringer, fighting against fucking Zoro from One Piece would be the ultimate. I want to see it so bad.
I need this in my life.
Yeah.
I am formally requesting this from Brandon Sanderson. It's going to be an expensive cast, but it's going to be worth it.
I mean, honestly, we pull a lot of TV people, so it might, never know.
You never know. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he'd be perfect.
Damn, I think we won. Max Hunter says I won't be able to see anyone else's Amaranth now.
For Rock, we chose Jason Momoa.
There's no explanation for that one. It just is.
It's just great. I love that you chose the Jason Momoa 2024 calendar photo.
Yeah, because it's recent. It's like, why not?
Calmort says, would you recast Radiant and Veil or just have them the same actress? Radiant has to be the same actress.
Radiant looks the same as Shallant. Veil, I actually had cast in my head as somebody, but they're not an actor. They're like a cosplayer that I know that just every time I picture Veil, that's who I see in my head.
I would cast Veil as someone else, but I don't think we did cast that for this.
No.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson needs to not be in movies anymore after fucking Red One. I'm just tired of him. He doesn't actually have a sense of comedy. And I think that Jason Momoa is actually very funny.
Yeah.
And has an incredible sense for comedy.
That is the comedic aspect of it was the most important.
Yeah. Dwayne Johnson is only funny when it feels like the filmmakers are using the film to make fun of him. and I don't think Dwayne Johnson is aware of the fact that they're using the film to make fun of him. And so I think Jason Momoa has a sense for comedy, and I think he'd crush it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You give him Thor's dad bod. I mean,
I don't really get him having Thor's dad bod. He's running a bridge every day.
Yeah.
Like, he's gonna be lean.
Yeah.
None of the people in the bridge crews are gonna have a dad bod after they've been there for a month.
Yeah, I want to hear Jason Momoa say airsick lowlanders. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it'd be hilarious.
Yeah. I love
Jason Momoa going around telling people that they have too little air would just be funny.
Would be hilarious.
It would be, and
They'd
honestly,
have to shave him.
This is sort of a vibes thing. Jason Momoa brings good vibes to the set.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're filming all these like slavery scenes. It's sad. It's rough shit. Jason Momoa is handing out his aluminum can water. He's cracking people up. He's bringing the vibes up. He's doing what Rock does. Honestly, I feel like he'd cook a great stew. Like, they might just have Jason Momoa actually cook on set, and it would probably be delicious.
Yeah.
I trust this man with a pot and some ingredients.
Yeah. He would look good with any hair color.
Look, this one's tough because Brian Tyree Henry is way too famous to take a role that has this little speaking time.
Yeah.
But it is such an incredibly difficult role, and you kind of need someone to destroy this role because it is so important to the meaning of the world.
Yeah.
So I think Brian Tyree Henry, being one of, I think, the most talented actors in Hollywood right now, is way too good for the role of R'Lane.
Yeah.
Because it's so small, but...
We need someone who it can convey without many words.
Yeah.
Right? R'Lane is not a huge part of the story, but is incredibly
so
important
to it, yeah.
to the story.
Yeah.
So it'd just be a paycheck for him, maybe, but, like, he'd be so good.
And maybe in books 4 and 5, he's huge.
Maybe R'Lane comes back.
You know what I mean? But I think Brian Tyree Henry is genuinely... I keep casting him in all of these.
Yeah.
Because I think that I made him my Breeze, I think, in Mistborn.
Interesting. We did get Dune.
Fucking...
Fuck! Sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I keep casting Brian Tyree Henry in something in everything that we do, because I genuinely think he's one of the best actors working right now.
Yeah.
For Moash,
Uh-huh.
you want to talk about Archie Renault?
He was in the latest Alien movie.
Yeah,
and
he's really
I think he does the stoic warrior vibe pretty well.
We really liked him in Alien Romulus.
Yeah, he's the age for Moash was interesting because I was like in my head like Moash was like fairly young, but I don't actually know that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that in a way this would be a great role in the trajectory of his like career as well.
Oh, it'd be huge. It would be the thing that defines him.
Yeah, because if he can pull it off,
yeah,
the sky's the fucking limit for him, right? Because Moash is so many things and so complicated. And I think that. I don't think that we've seen all of our Archie Renault yet. I think he's got some surprises in store.
No,
for us.
I think Alien Romulus was a coming out party for a lot of those actors.
Yeah.
And he's
got the snarkiness, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Archie Renault is soon too famous or too busy to take on a 5-movie series. But I think that him as Moash would be like a career defining role for him.
Absolutely.
And I think he'd crush it.
Yeah.
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 For Lift, we chose the girl who's currently crushing it on Skeleton Crew.
Yeah.
We weren't really sure racially where the Reshi Isles would go. So we just kind of were like, whatever, we'll just choose somebody.
We just picked someone based solely on their acting chops and their vibes.
Yeah.
And she's such a little shit on Skeleton Crew, which has actually been wonderful so far, by the way. We're literally fully... I don't know why I put 2 pictures when I was like...
I asked, when you were making, I was like, where are we going to go? And you're like, I don't know.
I don't know. So yeah, racially, we're not really thinking about that.
Lift has pretty dark skin, so this is probably bad casting. But this is just an opportunity for us to say Skeleton Crew's really good.
Yeah, this is based on vibes. She's great.
Skeleton Crew's really good, and this girl's crushing it.
She's a sassy motherfucker.
Yeah, she's very funny.
Yeah.
If Lift was white, she would crush it. I don't know a lot of child actors, to be honest, so Lift was tough. I don't know a lot of like 13-year-olds.
Lift was tough.
It would probably end up being like Beyonce's kid or something, knowing how movie casting goes these days. But
if this were like several years ago, the girl from Interview with a Vampire,
Chloe Bass.
Yeah.
Oh, a young Chloe Bass would have been good.
Yeah, but we were trying to cast who they are currently in today's like day and age.
Atomic Guava, Skeleton Crew is such a fucking delight.
It's probably my second favorite Star Wars show.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know. It's always hard to cast kids because I never know who is like a 13-year-old black girl who'd be great.
Yeah. But she is age appropriate. She is 13. So I was like, you know what? I think she would crush it.
You know who would have been fun? Like right when Moana first came out would have been Ali E. Cravalho.
I looked at her.
Yeah, but
too.
she's like 25 now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Or just get the girl who is going to be the live action Moana because we're already doing that for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm doing that. Wendell would be Michael Kramer, obviously.
So we wanted to bring both of the voice actors in as voices of Spren, and so we thought Michael Kramer would be great as Wendell, as the like worried following Lift around.
Yeah. Put the audiobook people into the show, the movie show, whatever the fuck you're doing. I think it would be so fun.
Yeah, I think they're such a huge part of the fan experience of these books. Brandon Sanderson loves them both so much. They did that interview for Dragonsteel that we haven't watched because we don't know if there's spoilers in it. Like, I just think that it would be really fun to have Michael Kramer as Wendell.
Yeah. 100%.
And honestly, like, Edge Dancer might be its own little mini-series or something. And so giving him that part would be, I think, a real honor to like, give, like, that space to, these two who've been such a huge part of fantasy literature for 3 decades now.
1000%.
For Gavilar, we have B.D. Wong.
Mm-hmm.
I like watching B.D. Wong die in things. He dies in a lot of things. He's also just very talented. He brings sort of that, like, old Hollywood. You know, he's going all the way back to Jurassic Park. He's been a huge part of Hollywood for so long.
Yeah.
He's probably a little bit old, but...
Because it'd be mostly in flashbacks.
But B.D. Wong doesn't look like he ages, and, like, with a little bit of makeup, you can kind of make him look anywhere from, like, 25 to 55, even older. So, I think that, like, B.D. Wong... Also, I think that B.D. Wong would be... The scene that I want to see B.D. Wong play is the scene with Eshonai, where he's telling her about the Spren. Just because in so much of the Jurassic Park stuff, he plays that, like, creepy information giver character in a plot really well.
Yeah.
And I think that he would destroy that scene with Eshonai. I think that's where B.D. Wong would thrive, is in that prologue.
Mm-hmm.
And I just love him. Obviously he's one of those actors who, like, I've always been aware of because I loved Jurassic Park so much as a kid.
Yeah.
And I think that it would be really fun to see him as Gavilar.
Yeah. No, I agree.
For Sabarial, the funniest man in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Asian Jim.
Yeah. We had to.
Yeah.
Like, this one just is just self-explanatory.
Yeah. If you disagree with this, you are wrong.
Yeah, I don't know who else would be able to do it. Like, if this is an option, not Matt Berry.
Matt Berry's, I don't think, Asian enough.
No, I don't.
For the cast that we've went with.
Yeah. No, I think we've gone, obviously, with a very specific vibe.
Yeah.
That Brandon Sanderson intended, our Lord and Savior. Matt Berry is Breeze. He can't also be Sabarial.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't be both. But I
we went with casting that we thought would, other than Lift, which I just didn't look into Rush enough.
Weren't sure. Yeah.
Paul Seung-Hyun Lee would be great as Sabarial. I love him and I want him to work.
Yeah.
But I think that Randall Park is who we went with for this.
Yeah.
Because Paul is too busy with Star Wars. For Polona, we went with Ana de Armas. Obviously,
because you just wanted her in it.
This would never actually happen.
No, you just wanted it to happen.
Because she's way too famous, and I think she will only play leads for the rest of her career. But Ana de Armas is great for Polona.
Yeah, Nerdy just wanted her in the casting.
I wanted her to have work and to get massages on set.
Yeah, I want her to just have a good, easy life. You know?
I'm so excited for Ballerina.
I wanted her to be like, oh, well, thank God Sandy's is dead. That makes our lives easier.
I think she's incredible. And I'd see Polona played by a more comedic actress. Did you not see her in the last Bond movie? She was amazing. She's so funny in that action sequence. Look, Ana de Armas, having her be way too famous cameo would be kind of perfect. Yeah, she would only be needed a few days.
Yeah.
And I think she would just... Yeah, I love Ana de Armas. I think she sold me so hard in that Bond movie on what she can do. And I'm excited for Ballerina. I think that, like, if they're like, hey, do you want to be in this for, like, 5 days each movie? I don't know. I think she'd be down. For Nail, we have Daniel Day Kim, for obvious reasons.
I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 reasons.
Yes.
On screen.
And obviously, like, he would crush it.
Oh my god, yeah.
He can do the action.
The, like, very, like, hard-lined, individual, like the law bringer, the I have no compassion for this child I'm about to murder. Yeah. I think he would.
Him and Austin Butler sharing the screen together would be really cool.
Yes. Nail is black. Oh.
Wait, Nail's black? Wait, really? Did we fuck this up again?
Oh, well, I didn't know that. Yeah. Nailed it with Taravangian, thank you.
Nail is very dark-skinned. Fuck!
Well, but is he...
None of the races in this world are real, okay?
Yeah.
He's supposed to be Makabaki? Wait, we fucked up again.
Well.
Why can we never...
You know what? I still like him as Nail, okay?
Okay, wait. So if we... Okay. On the fly, could we... He's more South Indian than black.
Wait, okay, which is he?
Okay, if he's South Indian, you know who would be great? Would be, the cop lead from RRR.
Oh, interesting.
Who's the cop at the beginning?
Okay.
Common would be a good Nail? Oh, okay.
I don't know who Common is.
Common is an actor / rapper.
That's why Lift calls him Darkness. Oh, I thought it was his soul.
Mike Coulter is Nail, Judah Canizares. I mean, Mike Coulter is anything. I fucking love Mike Coulter.
Thank you for that super chat. Well, you know, I think that I'm gonna cast...
Liv's just a little racist.
Anthony Mackie.
Oh. No, he's too sweet.
I know. I'm like trying
to...
No, from Cross.
Mahershala Ali would be incredible.
The guy from Cross.
Oh, yeah, why can't I remember his name right now? Fuck.
I know.
He looked at my naked body and went... David Harewood would be great. David Harewood, honestly, is just so good.
I don't know who that is.
Aldous Hodge, yeah.
Oh,
he'd be great.
Yeah.
I think while we were doing this last night at 1 o'clock in the morning, I think we got real stuck on everyone has to be Asian. And forgot that Nail is not Asian.
Yeah, I didn't remember that at all.
Whatever. Daniel Day Kim would crush it.
He would.
Gallant.
Yeah. This is how I picture Gallant. A very rare horse breed. That's it.
The American cream draft.
Yeah, that's it. That's the end of the thing. It's a pretty horse, okay? And they're very rare, apparently. I don't know shit about horses.
And that's it.
But it's a pretty horse, and
we didn't do everyone. I think there's a bunch of Bridge 4 people we didn't get to.
Yeah, we didn't do Teft because we couldn't come up with anyone.
I'm not gonna lie. We also got to the point where I was too tired to keep going.
Yeah.
Gallant is also, in fact, black.
Was Shoreblood?
That is so funny.
Oh, Shoreblood was the white one. Yeah.
Oh, we didn't cast Lopin.
I
feel like Lopin should be...
Lopin is the guy from...
Ant-Man.
Ant-Man, yeah.
Lewis. Fuck, okay. Why can't I think of his name?
Yeah. Guys, we ran out of time. I'm so sorry.
There's too many
Michael
characters,
Pena.
and I got too tired.
Michael Pena, that's it.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Michael Pena would be a great Lopin.
Yeah.
Madong Seok is Teft. Yes. Wait, retroactively throw that in.
I don't know who that is.
And that's why I'm playing it. I immediately knew you would say that, and so I'm playing up a photo for you. Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Madong Seok as Teft is perfect.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
You know who'd be good Sigzil? Racial. I can't remember everybody's races in this.
Sigzil's like
Sigzil Asian?
Kind of Asian. I think he's a little paler.
Prax from The Expanse.
Sigzil. Oh.
Prax from The Expanse would be great.
Interesting. Okay. Also Makabaki. No, so
Sigzil's
Makabaki.
Makabaki?
Never mind.
He's black?
I'm not remembering.
The guy from Abbott Elementary. What is his name?
No idea what that is. Everyone is Asian if they aren't Shin or a world hopper, but some people are Asian and black.
This motherfucker.
Okay.
Everyone hates Chris. Yes. Tyler James Williams.
That's his name? Chris?
No, Everybody Hates Chris is the show he was on as a kid.
Tyler James Williams. Okay.
Let's go back to...
Yeah, I don't think I've seen him in anything.
Gaming? Was that? Yeah. I mean, that's pretty insane for Sigil, but...
yeah.
This vibe?
Okay.
Tyler James Williams, I think, would be really good as Sigil.
All right.
William Jackson Harper as Sigil would make sense, yeah.
That's fun.
But, like, he already kind of plays autistic so well on TV. And Sigil has a little bit of that. You know what I mean?
Chidi from The Good Place.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an incredibly
That's
talented...
William Jackson Harper.
That's... Okay. I was like...
I always forget you don't remember anybody's names.
Wait, no, I thought... No, never... I don't know.
William Jackson Harper is Chidi in The Good Place.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we did pretty good. Look,
Yeah.
obviously, like
It fell
always,
apart at the end.
our casting is too many famous people, and you would never be able to afford it.
But I'm glad that you all agree that Ki Hee Kwan as Taravangian is peak casting. And
Yeah.
doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Also, Gong Yu as as Amaram, I think is just perfect.
Yeah.
I think he would be
He'd be
so good.
fucking good. Oh my god. Yeah, this
That's
was
fun.
Thank you for a New Year's Eve book club.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year,
You're
guys.
getting 1 year older.
The world is, yeah.
Yeah, the Earth.
Yeah. So we talked about Simu Liu as Adolin, but Simu Liu is like 40.
Yeah, he's too old.
I was like, well, fuck.
Honestly, like, I think that if they were gonna do this, a lot of it would be unknowns because it would be
Yeah.
young guys, like
100%.
from Romulus.
And I would love if it were unknown people who got their break.
You cast famous
Right?
people as Dalinar, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Taika as Hoid. Thank you.
Taika would be good as Hoid.
Yeah.
James Ross says them forgetting skin color is the best part. None of these people are actual races. It's hard to keep track of like what the fake races in this world are.
Yeah, I don't remember.
You know what I mean? And I haven't looked at a lot of fan art and stuff because I'm worried about spoilers.
Fair.
So when I picture them all in my head, they're all just sort of like... I don't really picture any real things.
No, yeah.
Like,
it's
Rock
kinda
to me, Rock...
generic, like, tan.
In my head, Rock looks like a fantasy creature. More than... looks almost more like a troll. With, like, long red hair.
Oh, all right.
When I picture, like, the eyebrows, like, I don't picture things that you see in real
Thalen
life.
eyebrows. Yeah, we didn't cast any Thalens.
But that's my point, right? Like,
yeah.
It's one of those tough things when, like, we're trying to make it real,
We
people.
don't see color, no.
No, I do. No, but I very much do.
That was a joke.
But,
For legal reasons, that was a joke.
yeah.
Light Blinded Fool, thank you. Welcome back to the Nerds Are Radiant. Happy New Year. Nerdy and Clars, you make every year happy for me since I joined. Looking forward to what 2025 will bring.
Thank
Hell
you, Light
yeah.
Blinded Fool.
Thank you
I
for being
appreciate
here,
that.
guys. Thank you for being here through the fucking madness.
Max Hunter says, which is even more poignant when Brandon Sando is like Dave Bautista as Dalinar. I know, but Dave Bautista, I don't mean anything by this negatively, but Dave Bautista is incredibly ambiguously ethnic. Like, Dave Bautista isn't a...
Mm-hmm.
He can play a lot. He has a lot of range visually. To his credit. I think that he uses that very well. I think he's an incredible actor.
Yeah.
But he doesn't feel like you know how some people are like Hiroyuki Sanada is the template of like what I think a Japanese person looks like.
Right.
Right? Dave Bautista isn't that. I feel like I'm like the template of what a white guy looks like. Maybe a bit tall, but when you look at me, I know what that fucking is.
Yeah, there is no ambiguity at all. I mean, I'm the same. Like, there's no ambiguity in
And so when you're like Dave Bautista, I'm like, that could lean a few ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I also don't really vibe with him for Dalinar either.
Look, here's the thing. I think that the right director would pull it out of him and it would be amazing.
Yeah.
I also think that Dave Bautista, with bad direction, we get Army of the Dead, in which I don't think he was very good in that movie.
Yeah.
I don't blame him, though. I don't think Zack Snyder is good at getting good performances out of people. I think Zack Snyder lucks into good performances. Like, I think Henry Cavill's Superman... Henry Cavill was so passionate about Superman that his performance is good in spite of Zack Snyder's direction to me.
Mm-hmm.
And Zack Snyder is really good at pointing a camera. I think that you would get a really good performance out of Dave Bautista from... Like, I think that when Denis did Blade Runner,
Mm-hmm.
I think that he is really good at performances, and he got a great performance out of Dave Bautista. Right? And again, in Dune. Like, I think Dave Bautista's great in Dune. But I do think that it would really depend on the director for Bautista.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I don't think he's a great choice for Dalinar for many reasons. But the main one being, like, the most important thing for Dalinar is that he walks in a room and you shut up because of the overpowering presence that he has.
Yeah.
And I think that Dave Bautista is physically imposing.
Yeah.
But I actually think that he's, like, a little bit too reserved, like, energy-wise for Dalinar.
Spencer D says, who would you want to direct Stormlight? I've said this before, but John Chu, who just directed Wicked. Yeah, let's pull up his full filmography, because I want to... John Chu. He directed Crazy Rich Asians, In the Heights, Now You See Me 2, Wicked. He, like, knows how... Oh, he did G.I. Joe Retaliation.
Hilarious.
He's worked with Dwayne The Rock Johnson before.
He's also worked with Gemma Chan before.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I think John Chu's visual presentation of the world of Oz and Wicked felt like its own place in a way that I thought was really impressive. I would love to see the way he shoots. I would love, because of the way he shot Oz, I would love to see the way he shot The Shattered Plains. I think that he pulled amazing performances out of everyone in those movies. I think that he can clearly work on a massive scale.
Yeah.
His CGI shots were incredible.
Yeah.
And I just think that the scale he's comfortable working at is, to me, why I would trust him with this.
Yeah.
Chris Hazelden said, who did everything ever all at once? That's the Daniels.
The brothers.
I don't think they're siblings.
Oh, I thought they were for some reason.
No, I think they're called the Daniels because they're both the Daniels.
Oh, interesting. Daniels directors.
Yeah, but they're not brothers. They're Daniel Scheinert and Daniel Kwan.
Oh, okay. That's my bad.
Here's the thing. I love them. I think Everything Ever All at Once is amazing.
Yes.
It's my favorite movie from that year. They actually directed one of our favorite episodes of Star Wars Skeleton Crew.
I love that.
The reason why I don't know that I trust them with this is I've never seen them work on a movie of this scale.
Well, yeah. Or something like that. Like, I mean, Stormlight's going to be really serious.
Well, and Everything All at Once is. But
it is, but it is so heightened in its comedy as well.
Yeah, and so is their other movie, Swiss Army Man. Like, they're very comedic. I think that the Daniels, you need a director for this series who is big enough, has worked on, has a box office hit like Wicked.
Yeah.
Large enough, and Crazy Rich Asians, obviously, like, I think that made $1 billion, to have the studio trust them with the CGI in the world. And I think the Daniels...
It's an expensive film.
I just don't think that they've worked on something that big yet.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
They're sort of more like indie darlings, right?
Yeah.
And being an indie darling is an amazing thing. I'm like, yeah, but can you run the production of the size? Can you run the size of the production?
Yeah.
On top of getting the camera right?
Yeah.
Umang says if Ang Lee was active, Ang Lee's so hit or miss for me.
I don't know.
Ang Lee directed like Life of Pi and
didn't see it.
Ang Lee's an incredible director, but also like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon's amazing. Gemini Man was not good though.
I don't know any of these. Well, I guess I've seen Hulk.
You saw the original Hulk in 2003?
Haven't I?
That's not the MCU one.
Then
that's the Eric Bana one.
Who's that?
Complicated. I don't know how to explain Eric Bana to you.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I thought I'd seen it, but it would probably
I've met
not.
Ang Lee, because I, on the set of Brokeback Mountain, I was an extra in that movie when I was like 11.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, lately, like, Gemini Man wasn't good. I didn't think the Life of Pi adaptation really worked visually for me.
Yeah.
But, like, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon's one of the best movies ever, apparently. I've never seen it, actually. So I should watch that at some point. Sense and Sensibility, I have seen. I really like that. So it's tough. Like, it's one of those tough... Ridley Scott is my favorite director, so, like, I would be down for that. But also I've heard he's insane now, so I don't know.
Oh, no. Max Hunter wants to know if we think that it should be movies or series for Stormlight.
I think it should be animated. But if it's going to be live action, it should be movies.
Yeah, I don't think a TV budget would be acceptable for this.
I also...
You haven't seen it? No, we haven't seen it.
I've never seen Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Ang Lee's last few films have not been hits, right? Gemini Man, Billy Flynn's Long Halftime Walk, and Life of Pi were all kind of all over the place.
Okay. No, I think that's fair.
Yeah. Ridley Scott, I think, could pull it off. But, like, Ridley Scott, apparently, like, on the set of Gladiator 2, like, his cinematographer from Gladiator 2 came out of that movie complaining about his behavior. Complaining about how insane it is to work with him now. So I don't know.
That's not good.
Like, Peter Jackson...
You know who I would want
to
direct if they did Emperor's Soul?
Who?
I think Guillermo del Toro.
Yeah, oh god, yeah.
Would make that so juicy. Like,
I would love to see Guillermo del Toro produce Mistborn, because Guillermo del Toro's... Like, if he didn't want to direct it, I would understand. I think he would also direct it very well. I think he directs young women very well. I like... Guillermo del Toro always has young women in his movies, and they're always handled really well.
Yeah, he just kind of gets it. Yeah.
I think that if Guillermo del Toro helped design, like, Marsh and the Inquisitors and the Lord Ruler, like, I think that he would be amazing.
Yeah, I think it would feel otherworldly in a really fun way.
Titanic, like, Villeneuve would be great at it. Dune, right?
Yeah.
He would crush it. It would take forever to come out, but he would crush it.
Yeah. Yeah, it would.
Well, because he would break them up. Here's the problem. You would have to do, like, Way of Kings Part 1, Way of Kings Part 2, which would be boring. Like,
well, I don't
Way
know
of Kings Part 1
leave...
would suck.
Yeah, I don't know where you would leave off Part 1. Like, you would have to kind of speed things up in a way that might do a disservice to the material.
And do, like, Way of Kings, Words of Radiance, and then Oathbringer Part 1 and Oathbringer Part 2. Right?
I don't know, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Finding a director for this is tough.
Yeah. You should do it.
Oh, God, I wish. I don't know, though. I like the idea of it being I like the idea of, just because I think that this is a series where you're going to have so many people of color, and I think that it's why I like John Chu for, right? I think that you want someone that a lot of people of color are going to feel comfortable being vulnerable with for the size of the story. And I think that John Chu has shown that he can do that. I think that he would be really good. Yeah.
Yeah, Atomic makes a great point that, like, that the directors who have passion for these grand epics that they direct,
that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
100%.
It's why The Lord of the Rings was so good. Like, that, like, and trying to capture that magic again is a difficult undertaking. And so, you know, if we don't get a Stormlight adaptation to live screen because we don't have the right team for it in my lifetime, I would prefer that than, like, something half-assed, right?
Umeng says Shang-Chi director Daniel Dustin Daniel Cretton. Yeah, if he loved Stormlight, I would be down. I think he shoots action really well. I do think that he's doing 2 Marvel movies in the next few years, so, like, I would like for them to start working on Stormlight now. Yeah. Because I would like to see the end of it by the time I'm 50.
Yeah.
Which is the problem with, right? It's so big. If you really think about it, if they started casting Stormlight, if they started pre-production now, Wind and Truth, the movie, would come out in, like, 2039.
Oh, I honestly, like, if we're talking timelines similar to, like, The Lord of the Rings, for example, like, Stormlight, like, the Way of Kings Part 1 would come out 2030.
Yeah.
You know? Like, that's...
Whereas if they go animated, we could reasonably get it.
Animation also takes a long time, so I don't know.
Right, but you build the models for season 1, you would get all of it faster.
Oh, I see what you mean.
It would still be 3 or 4 years for part 1.
Yeah, but then after that, that's.
Y'all caught up on the Mistborn movie situation? No idea what you're talking about.
No, I have no idea what that is.
I'll just Google it.
No, don't. I don't want spoilers.
About the Mistborn movie situation?
Oh.
We've read it. How could we be spoiled?
I don't know.
You know we've read Era 1, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. I just get nervous.
Well, if it looks like spoilers, we won't open the link.
Okay.
Mistborn movies situation. Mistborn movie news.
3 days ago.
To
square one. Oh, 14 years. What?
Epic fantasy author. This is from Screen Rant. Brandon Sanderson is notorious for his prolific output.
Oh, the Mistborn movie is officially dead in the water. Oh, I guess people were trying. People wanted Millie Bobby Brown as Vin. No, I get it. I'd be unhappy with that. Actually.
I don't love the casting either, but I understand why she was popular for it.
Yeah.
And honestly, she probably would have done a great job. Yeah. All right, a movie that wasn't happening is not happening more. That's not surprising.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'm sure that Mistborn has been in some level of development for years.
Yeah, I think Mistborn is a much easier undertaking than the fucking entire Stormlight archive.
I don't think we'll ever see a live action Stormlight archive, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think we'll see an animated one at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know how you... I think that the problem is you sit down in a room with a screenwriter, with a team of screenwriters, and you try and break that story for a movie or a TV show.
Yeah.
And how do you do it?
Yeah.
Like, with consideration to budget. When you don't consider budget, it's easy to imagine it. But when you consider budget and you consider the risk of it, like, I don't think people understand how few people on a global scale have read The Way of Kings in comparison to, like, a movie.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's like, how many Stormlight archive books have, like, Way of Kings total sales, right? There's got to be something close to a figure. It sold more than 10 million copies, right?
You're trusting the AI overview?
Oh.
I would just double check that, just in case.
I wish that I could just cut this out.
Sanderson has sold 32 million copies as of 2023.
Right, but that's all of his books.
Okay, interesting.
So if you're really thinking about it, like, that's actually huge, right?
Yeah, but like you said, that's all. That's all
Sanderson. If it was 32 million Way of Kings, but I don't think it is.
Then this one says across all of his works is over 40 million. So I don't.
Well, no, that wouldn't line up. But
I have no idea.
Yeah, like, I just think that The Way of Kings has now sold over 1 million copies by itself, according to the Wort Zone. None of this is super.
Which I'm like, I don't know. Here's the thing. I think that in terms of risk factor, okay, I think that Brandon Sanderson is definitely not the riskiest endeavor. His Kickstarters make money. His fans are clearly willing to go the distance and show up for his stuff. However, whether or not that fan base is large enough to fund a live action fucking 10,
we're talking about
movie series.
We're talking about a $300 million movie.
That's what I mean. I think Mistborn...
Realistically, in order for it to look the way people want, it's $300 million.
No, yeah, which is why I'm like, I don't actually think it would happen. I think Mistborn is far more likely. And I think we will see Mistborn.
Because Mistborn takes place in a city.
Yeah.
Where, like, you can film 40 people in an alley really easily. Filming armies on a battlefield is so hard.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
Yeah, the Spren are also, like you said, a nightmare.
Yeah.
I think it's too tough.
Well, and the fact that like no real world plant, like you would have to film it all on green screens.
Yeah.
It's all CGI, right? Like every plant in that world is CGI.
Yeah.
It's just it's really hard.
Yeah. Yeah. I would love to see see Mistborn first. Like that's where I'm gonna stake my claim. I think that it'd be really fun. I think that it's accessible. What?
Brandon has previously said that budgets aren't a huge issue with what he's seen, but the major issue is Spren look weird and cartoony.
Is Brandon like personally funding?
Brandon Sanderson apparently thinks that the budgets wouldn't be a problem. That's hilarious to me. A man who's never made a movie saying that the budgets wouldn't be a problem is really very funny to me, because
the budgets are always a problem, even when you have all like, of the money.
Marvel movies, like Endgame, the budget was a problem. It was like the 23rd movie and they were a huge hit. What do you mean the budgets aren't a problem?
Yeah,
that's very funny to me.
Brandon Sanderson, no, you know what he meant? He meant that the church would fund the movies, and they have all of the money.
Yeah.
So, in fact, actually, Chris, thank you for that super chat. Secret Project had 185,000 backers. Yeah, that's... Which, like I said, I think his people show up. I just think that, like, Stormlight Archive is genuinely too large, and I don't know why. Animate it. Like, I think that is a great idea. I think starting with a Mistborn live action is a great idea. And Mistborn is YA enough that it is more all ages appropriate. Like, I think that it's just a far better choice. For so many reasons.
There's clarification in chat. What he was saying was... According to Claire Root, Atomic Guava, and Max Hunter, he was saying that the offers of money that he's received are enough to do it. I understand now.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think so here's the actual problem for Brandon Sanderson in regards to the size of the budget. Yeah, this is the last.
I was like, Nerdy is determined to make this a 4-hour book club today.
Sorry, I just find this really interesting. The problem with the money, and the problem with the budget, is the more money you are given for your project, the more executives have a hand in your production. So the actual problem with live action Stormlight is because of the scope of how much money would be put into it, the amount of power that you have to give away to the people that give you that money is what becomes the problem.
Yeah.
And it's the problem that Marvel has. Because the movie is $250 million budget, the number of Disney executives that have to be involved in okaying everything that happens in the movie, it grows with the budget. When your budget's $5 million, there's like 2 guys with a lot of money telling you what to do. And when it's $250 million, there's 2 guys for every $5 million.
Yeah.
And so that's where the problem with the budget is. I'm sure that he could get enough money to make a $250 million movie. I do believe him when he says that. I think that the studio would give him $300 million to be the people who own Stormlight. The problem is, who are you going into bed with for that $300 million?
Yeah.
And can you make a movie that allows you to get enough money back to make a second one?
Yeah.
And that's the problem with the budget. The problem isn't getting money for the first one.
Yeah.
And Sando said he put final say in his contract. That isn't how that works.
Well, a final say is not total say. Like, it's... Because then you come to the standstill of, well, Brandon Sanderson wants this, and the producers want this, and then it falls apart,
and
right?
Ultimately, like, the author of the book having final say on a movie doesn't work.
It doesn't mean as much as you would like it to mean. Yeah. And I do believe that Brandon Sanderson would want to be involved in the process and believe that final say is enough, but
But what director is going to sign up for that? What director of enough caliber to pull it off is going to sign up to have a book author
people have egos.
Be able to veto anything?
Yeah, people have egos. That just is what it is.
And this is where adaptation becomes a problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's why it's so much easier for Peter Jackson to make The Lord of the Rings with Tolkien dead than if he'd been alive.
Yeah.
Right? It's really easier to adapt things where people are dead, because where are you going to have someone sign up and be like, you're going to direct the movie, but the author can veto anything that you want to do.
Yeah. It needs the biggest problem is that it needs to be a collaboration between people who are all as passionate about the source material as each other.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have someone who has full and total utter control by themselves, then they are not beholden to anybody, and that is a recipe for disaster.
And it just
or
isn't,
if you have too many people on the opposite side, if you have too many people vying for different visions of what this is because they don't understand it, that is also a recipe for disaster. There is the literal, like a little tiny little sweet spot that you have to hit, and it's tough to find it.
Calmort says The Exorcist 3 was written and directed by the original author and was fantastic. The Exorcist 3's budget was...
I was like, Exorcist movies are like famously low budget movies.
The Exorcist 3.
Might have to type in budget.
Budget of The Exorcist 3 was $11 million.
Yeah.
And it took place in a house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and this is where it gets complicated. Like the Exorcist 3 is an $11 million movie that takes place in a house, and it's when you're talking about the size of Stormlight, you need someone who can manage a production on that scale. And the amount of collaborative thinking that goes into that, and the amount of people that you have to please, and the amount of egos that you have to stroke, it is so hard. Like, it is so hard. And it's why the directors that are really good at it are really good at it, right?
Yeah.
James Cameron is a lunatic. But God, does he make... I know someone who works on those movies. She is in the second Avatar movie. And we were talking with her about the making of it. And he makes everyone who works on those movies feel like they are fucking creating the most important art that's ever been made. It's why James Cameron gets these giant budgets and makes billion-dollar films. You need somebody who is going to shepherd the film and who has made a giant film before. And knows how to stroke all those egos. Yeah. And apparently James Cameron is so gifted at that. And Stormlight would need that because the number of people involved would be massive.
Yeah. But I want to bring attention to Nine's comment saying that they should do what Rings of Power did, but the opposite, where they have zero interference. I also think, again, I think that there has to be a sweet spot. I think that Brandon Sanderson has never written a film script, as far as I know, that I have read, that has been turned into a movie that has been successful. Yeah. And I think that he is an incredible writer, but that there is a huge difference between writing for books, where he kind of is left to his own devices.
Yeah,
in terms
it's not
of,
collaborative.
No. Yeah. There's a difference between that and making a movie, right? And I don't know if, like, I would trust Brandon Sanderson to be able to do every step of this process by himself. I think that would also be folly. I think you would, again, have to catch that lightning in a bottle of someone who Brandon Sanderson works well with, who they understand the story in the same way, but that has the experience on the other side of that different medium to make it happen. And if you can't find that, I think that it could fall the fuck apart so easily. And I know I think he collaborated on the Wheel of Time scripts, like he gave input. Which is why I think, like...
Yeah, but apparently mostly shit on them and they didn't take his recommendations.
Well, he didn't take his recommendations, his recommendations were similar to the ones that you gave.
Wheel of Time might be the reason why this never happens. Because he goes, I don't want anyone to deal with my shit. I saw it happen with Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time was kind of collaborative. He didn't write anything, to be fair.
No, yeah.
The books. I'm talking about the TV show. His experience with the collaborative process of the Wheel of Time might be the reason why we'd never get this, right?
I mean, I don't know.
It's a level of it's trust. It is a level of trust. And again, in someone else being able to pull off your vision that is really, really hard to let go of.
And everyone has egos.
I want to see it. I feel like I'm being negative for Brandon Sanderson. I'm not trying to be negative towards him.
I don't think you're being negative.
I'm hoping that my perspective... I think Brandon Sanderson is incredible. And I do like his work quite a bit. I think Oathbringer is incredible. I just think that the reality... I think that Brandon Sanderson saying, like, the budget isn't a problem would mean more if he'd made a movie before. Sure. I find it very funny to for someone who's never made a movie to say that the budget isn't a problem. When, like, I don't think you can say that until you've made a $250 million movie. And I've been on sets of $250 million movies that have all the backing of the studio in the world, and the budget is always a problem.
Well, the budget
like,
is
the budget
always
is
a
just
problem.
always the issue.
Well, no, and like you said, it either having enough money or not having enough money.
Yeah.
It's the producers as well. There's just so many levels to that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was on the set of the first Avengers movie, and the budget was still a problem. They were at the end of filming, and it was still a conversation that came up. Like, can we afford to add in more explosions? Like, it's the budget is always a problem, and it's just very funny to hear anyone say, "Oh no, the budget wouldn't be the problem." It's like, no, it always is. It's always the problem.
It will always be a problem, and that's okay. Like, that's
just part of the process.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
But it is like the author who's never made a movie being like, "Oh yeah, they offered me $300 million.
Yeah,
we could do it." And
we have enough money.
Yeah, but where's that money going?
Yeah.
Like, how is that breaking down?
Who is giving it to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How, in order to sell the movie, you're going to have to acquiesce on casting stars. And you might not be happy with everybody who gets cast, but you also, it's not going to be perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not about having enough money. It is that it will still always be a problem.
If having enough money was not the problem, Blade would be done. You know what I mean? It's not like Marvel doesn't have the money to make a Blade movie, and yet here we are.
Yeah, I think Chloe makes an interesting point as well. That Rings of Power and Wheel of Time not doing very well also hurts the chances of people wanting to put money behind fantasy stuff. And I think that it is, and I think that that's why those shows were so disappointing to me in that sense. Is because I want more fantasy stuff. That is where my heart lives.
When was the last universally loved fantasy thing? Maybe Legend of Vox Machina is kind of that, but even that feels very different. It feels very D&D, and that's riding the D&D wave.
The D&D movie.
The D&D movie flopped.
It flopped, but it was universally beloved. I didn't see anyone say a bad thing about that movie.
You know what? Johnny Coleman says it would be great if Amazon Costco chickened the Cosmere Cinematic Universe. I agree with that. It would have been great if instead of Rings of Power, they dropped $750 million on the Cosmere.
Yeah.
It would have been better for Amazon long term. But
yeah.
Buttons and Bookend says, do you feel like collaborative storytelling via TTRPGs made you better artistic collaborators in general? Interesting.
I actually think that I was pretty good at TTRPGs because I feel like one of my strengths is artistic collaboration. I'm not good at spearheading stuff, but I feel like I'm good at supporting. Does that make sense?
I feel like studying improv at the Loose Moose Theater in Calgary was where I got that.
Yeah. Johnny Coleman, thank you for that super chat, by the way.
Thank you, Johnny Coleman. Yeah. No. Yeah. I do think. Yeah. I think that Buttons Bookends. I feel like I understand what you're saying. I think that I'm using skills that I learned elsewhere that I think you can learn from collaborative TTRPG storytelling. I just studied them in school.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel like I'm more bringing what I studied in school to something else rather than going the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah. But because I studied improv for years and I've been performing on stage for so long. I feel like I'm using skills that are kind of already honed. I'm an actor in 4 acting unions at this point. For my worldview, a lot of those skills. Honestly, a lot of my ability to collaborative storytelling was taught to me by Patrick Quagliano in 10 weeks at the Stella Adler School.
Yeah.
I did the summer conservatory there, and it was in New York, and it was those 10 weeks taught me more about how to be an actor than anything I've done, and a collaborative storyteller than anything I've done in my entire life.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, please feel free to drop a link in the Discord. If it's in this chat, we'll lose it. But,
oh, wait, has Brandon tweeted about this? I would like to I don't care about
there's a video.
I don't care about the screen rant thing. I would love to see Brandon Sanderson's own words on it.
Yeah, he has a video, which is
Is it not spoilery at all?
Yes, that's what they said. They're going to post it in the Discord for us to watch later.
Yeah, I'll watch it later. We're not going to do it now because we've gone 4 hours.
Yeah.
All that to say, I didn't want to come up. I'm worried I came across like Brandon Sanderson. That's not what I meant. I find anytime someone say the budget won't be a problem funny. That's not a Brandon Sanderson thing, and it's not me mocking him. I just think him being like, oh yeah, the money wouldn't be a problem. I'm like, the money's always the problem. Mm-hmm. It's just the money's always the problem. Yeah. I don't care how much money you've made, the money's always the problem.
Yeah.
But I would love to see it. I think that Stormlight would be cool in live action or animation, but I honestly, even if we did it right now, even if they started working right now, it would be years.
Yeah. 100%.
Production design for this is going to take forever.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a huge undertaking.
Oh, Genghis Khan, it would be almost entirely green screened in CGI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think animation is just the best way to move forward with it.
An army of Parshendi, nowadays, we wouldn't do it. We wouldn't do it. It would all be CGI.
Even the storm. Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
And honestly, making the storm not look like shit CGI would be work.
Yeah.
It would be, like, making the storm not look like crap CGI would be expensive. It'd be an expensive effect that happens constantly.
Yep. Linus, thank you for that super chat. Time to go party. Happy New Year's, everyone. See you on the other side. Happy New Year,
everyone. Thank you for watching Book Club. We'll be live twice more this week. We have Alloy of Law beginning to chapter 9 on Friday. Chapter 2 audiobook reaction will go up today for patrons and YouTube members. And then Kushiel's Dart is Sunday morning. The first 37 chapters of that, very good book. And chapter 37 is an audiobook. Is it 37? Is that the end of the split?
Yeah, 37.
Or is it 38? I think it might be 38.
It's right almost at the end.
I can just scroll up
We're really
here.
good at... You want to...
Holy shit, y'all are talking in the Kushiel's Art Discord channel.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just
I did not know there was that much conversation going on. I love that. 39. Yeah, so Kushiel's Art till 39. We'll be back with those. If you like the video, subscribe to the channel, do all those things. If you, follow us around the internet. I'm at nerdynightly.
I'm at Claris Polaris.
And on Friday, we're going to unveil the new Nerdy Wordy Book Club logo.
Hell yeah.
So we'll see you we have a reveal. That'll be fun. Yeah. Thank you all for an incredible 2024. 3 years of book club down. Year 4 is going to be incredible. We have a lot of plans. We're going to start doing more books.
Yeah,
we're going to have a whole other channel where we're going to start posting book club stuff.
If you want to go subscribe to the Nerdy Wordy Book Club channel, the lives like this will stay on this channel because it's part of the Nerdy Nightly. But that's going to be kind of more like video essay format, shorter things, shorts like that, little extraneous book club stuff specifically. So that is YouTube / what is it? @ you have to put the @ sign.
I actually don't know what it is.
Nerdy Wordy Book Club.
You can find it. Just search Nerdy Wordy Book Club on YouTube and it'll come up.
Yeah.
I can drop a link right now.
We're great at our jobs.
Claris, do the outro while I do this.
You already did it.
Say something interesting.
Something interesting.
Wow, that wasn't much.
We're gonna have to take photos of our whatchamacallits and put it on the... Oh, you clicked. There it is. We found it.
Yeah, it's at Nerdy Wordy Book Club.
There's 2 videos on this channel? Hilarious. That will change. Yeah, so if you want more book club content, that'll be the place to be. But the lives will still stay here because we don't want people having to pay for memberships on different channels for different things. We want to try and keep that all in one spot.
Yeah.
Just keep it easy.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, guys. Seriously. It's been an incredible year. We're so grateful for you all. Doing the reactions has been so much fun. Mm-hmm. We love book club and we appreciate you sticking around through the shenanigans, I guess is a good way to put it.
And more shenanigans to come. All right, y'all. Coming in January will be my video on Percy Jackson Book 1. So
for everywhere.
No, it's gonna be January.
Okay, sure.
Why is the focus so weird today?
I don't know.
There we go.
Yeah.
Do something tonight, y'all. What a way to end the video. Bye.
Bye, guys. Happy New Year.